Where was that? Waterford.
Morning, everyone. Thank you for attending the Commerce Committee, which we are going to be focusing on a bill in commerce, which we feel is very, very important for certainly job growth in the state of Connecticut and certainly the growth of the film industry, both production and post-production in the state of Connecticut. So thank you all for coming. Could we have the back doors closed, please? And if anyone has cell phones, if they could take the cell phones and either shut them off or put them on vibrate so it wouldn't disturb other members of the committee. We have also invited members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee to sit in on this meeting because at some point, because of tax credits, that this bill will then be forwarded over to Finance and Revenue Bonding. And as we see before us, there, Senator Stillman from Finance, Revenue, and Bonding is with us today to listen into testimony. Members of the committee will also be in and out of the committee room between the hours of 10 and 12:30, of which is the time that we have dedicated for this hearing because they have other commitments and other committee meetings and other meetings within their district in their offices. So as I had stated, we will convene this. We are convening this meeting now till 12:30. We are going to have invited guests speak first, then agencies second, and then the public third. The invited guests will have 5 minutes to present testimony to the committee, and then will be up for review of questions by the committee. The public will have 3 minutes of time testimony, and will have an opportunity to address the committee for questions and answers. So if I could turn to my co-chair for comments prior to the start of our invited guest speaking.
Thank you, Jeff. And as we're a little late, I'm going to keep my remarks very short. This is an exciting opportunity for the state of Connecticut. I look forward to hearing the testimony today. I want to thank my co-chair for doing a lot of work on this bill and all the staff that have been working on this bill. And we hope to move this bill rather quickly through our committee after we hear the testimony and after we hear how this bill is going to work. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. First on our invited speakers list is Doug McAward, former chairman of the Connecticut Film Commission.
Now hold on, you guys. You didn't cheer for the chairs. So, Doug.
I guess it's
I
Hollywood.
turn that on, right?
It's Hollywood, Doug. They do things differently.
Okay. I thought I only had 3 minutes, so I'll slow down, all right?
Go fast. We like that.
Okay. Hello, my name is Doug McAward. I'm an independent producer, and I spent 11 years on the old Connecticut Film Commission, 8 as chairman. I want to thank Chairman Berger, Chairman LeBeau, and the entire Commerce Committee for conducting this hearing. And I want to thank Speaker Amann for his support for our industry. The state of Connecticut has the opportunity for once to be a leader in the film, video, and digital media industries. In the coming years, billions of dollars from investors all over the world will be invested in television, motion pictures, and digital media. There's only one question that needs to be answered here. Does Connecticut want a piece of the action? If the answer is yes, then you must pass sections 1 through 10 of HB 5797 with some minor modifications. First, the new Connecticut Office of Digital Media and Motion Pictures should not be housed at the Connecticut Office of Tourism and Culture because it has absolutely nothing to do with culture and tourism and everything to do with economic development. The primary goal of the new Connecticut Office of Digital Media and Motion Pictures is to create an industry here, not fill hotel beds. The new office and commission must be staffed with experienced people who come from within the digital media and motion picture industry. Sections 1 through 10 contain some of the most comprehensive tax incentive plans that the motion picture industry has been offered. While other states and countries have targeted just the actual production days for incentives, we've gone the extra mile and included both pre-production and post-production in our plan. More and more dollars are being spent in post-production these days. All movies released on DVD now have up to 8 hours of additional footage, trailers and interviews, behind-the-scenes stories, outtakes, and special effects demos. All of this programming needs to be produced and edited, and this bill has a section dedicated to targeting this element of the industry. No other state has this yet. It's all about saving money. When the major studios see that they can save money by setting up post-production shops here, they'll jump at it. They've already proven that because they are constantly sending their production work to places that offer incentives that save them money. Connecticut can be the only place that offers the post-production incentives for the time being. Sections 11 through 27, in my personal opinion, should be deleted because they'd turn out to be a $100 million mistake for the state of Connecticut. The last thing the state of Connecticut should be doing is investing in motion pictures. Some statistics. Every year, some 50,000 movie properties are registered with the Writers Guild of America. Of that, some 500 movies are produced, and of that, only 50 turn a profit on a good year. Remember, Titanic has yet to turn a profit. The state of Connecticut should not be focused on choosing a production on its ability to turn a profit in order to pay back state bonds. We should be focused on whether or not a production gets produced here, and that's where the tax credits come in. Without the tax credits, Connecticut won't even be considered for productions. There has never been a better time for Connecticut to take action and grab a piece of this industry. My only advice is that if you're going to do this, listen to the professionals and do it right. Thank you.
Yeah, the decorum of the legislature is we don't clap, okay? So if we just want to, I'm not sure we have that much decorum,
Okay.
but. Right, right. So if we just refrain from that, it's not a big problem, but thank you for refraining from
Okay.
clapping.
Doug, thank you very much for your testimony and some of your recommendations, which actually, later on today, this committee will be moving forward the film industry bill with some language change from the file copy, I believe, that you've referred to. So many of the changes that you've recommended and the working committee has recommended have incorporated those changes in the final bill that this committee will JFS later this afternoon.
Okay.
I'd like for you, for the benefit of the committee, to kind of explain a little bit production and post-production and the importance of this bill as it addresses the actual post-production of a film. Everyone sees the cameras in the streets and they talk about the production of a film, but I think that this, and I know that this film really kind of centers on an area where the state of Connecticut can really break ground, and I'd like for you to explain that somewhat for the committee.
Well, like I said in my testimony, that most other states and countries are going after what you'd call the sexy part of the industry, where the big lights and the stars come in, and you've got 50, 100 people in a crew. And that's great for a shot in the arm. Connecticut has gotten some of those in the past, and probably by default or by accident or just because it was convenient for something. Connecticut doesn't offer the kinds of locations that a lot of movies require, so we wouldn't even be considered for those kinds of projects. Studio work can be done anywhere. The only way you're going to get them here is by giving them something in addition, and on the production side will be the tax credits. The one element of the industry that nobody's gone after is the post-production, the editing. When you look at a movie like King Kong, for instance, it was $200 million. Half of that was probably spent in post-production. Those are permanent jobs. Those are bricks and mortar. Those are jobs that people drive to and go home at night. They're not hotel beds. They're permanent jobs. And that's where we put a section in the bill there that goes after just that, where nobody else has done that. For instance, you look at Law and Order in New York. That shows the original series has been there 14 years, and they've got 2 or 3 others that are going strong. All of their editing is done in California. They've got a huge facility out there, and all the post is done out west. I'm sure the city of New York would love to see that come in, but they don't have anything to attract it there. So since we're not really offering locations like the Statue of Liberty or the Gobi Desert, we've got to offer something else to get a piece of this business. And since the post end is growing and it is more permanent, that's why we targeted that element of the industry to. Believe me, if this passes, you'll see the other states and everybody else jumping on board trying to get in on the same deal. But it'd be nice to be first.
Yeah, thank you. It's very interesting in talking about that. Again, the post-production is being so very, very important. part of the development of a film before it hits theaters. In creating these incentives and in attracting businesses and attracting business growth and job growth within the state of Connecticut, in the post-production area, are there existing companies that are located within the state of Connecticut that address this post-production area? And where do you see that expanding within the state of Connecticut?
Well, there are quite a few post houses in the state already, but I know ESPN is a huge magnet for work. There are a number of post houses that opened up shop just around the corner from them because of the overflow that they have. They still farm stuff off to New York also. There are a number of other post houses around that have a regular stable of clients, from corporate to commercial. They could easily expand if this work came into the state, which would create new jobs. If a company was really serious about, if a studio was really serious about getting involved with something like this, they can actually set up an entire operation here, because it really doesn't matter where something is cut, where it's posted. If you give a studio the incentive to do it, there's a good chance that the bean counters are going to say, let's set up shop there because we can save money. And you're not driven by, again, I know we don't have a very deep crew base here, so that's a down, that's a negative. We don't have the great locations that deserts have and oceans have. We do have our own unique ones, but we don't have enough to satisfy everybody. So when this can be done in a dark room, that's where the editing's done. Downstairs, no windows in the rooms, tons of work, tons of money, tons of business.
We're going to be hearing later from tax attorneys for the benefit of our friends in finance, of which I also sit on, when we talk about multipliers and the ability to gain a benefit from the tax credits that we are going to provide as a state when we're using taxpayer money, and the benefit in the long term we're going to have on that. But getting a little bit more in depth in that subject with the tax attorneys, do you have an opinion on the multipliers, the industry multipliers, and how you feel these tax credits will ultimately benefit the taxpayers in the state of Connecticut?
Yes, the multipliers, I'm sure everybody has a copy of a report that was done in Louisiana last year, which was sort of a negative towards the industry, but that was the first I'd seen that, and I did my best to try to find out where they got that multiplier. Over the years, the Association of Film Commissions International and state legislatures all over the place, they've all worked with multipliers ranging anywhere from 2.3 up to 7. I've even heard somebody throw 9 up there once, which was really ridiculous. So anytime that, my experience, we've always used a nice round number of 3 to be at the low end of it. That multiplier in the Louisiana one was 0.39. So it's a 39-cent return on every dollar, and I don't know where that came from. I thought maybe the guy had the decimal point in the wrong place, because I couldn't find it. He said he got it from the Department of Commerce. I couldn't find it. So that's the only one I've ever seen that's ridiculously low. And I know that you're all familiar with multipliers from different businesses that you hear from all the time, and I don't know if anybody's ever heard something that low. So I would say that if you look at a multiplier, somewhere in the neighborhood of the range of 2.5 to 3 would be a safe bet, a conservative bet.
Okay, thanks, Doug. We can get into that a little bit later on also, again, like I said, with the tax attorneys. Now, we have the bill before us, and obviously you've read it, and we're going to make some small changes to it. I'm interested to hear from you in competing with other states. And, you know, you've talked about Louisiana, and when we look at Canada, very difficult to compete with because they've been involved in the generation of this industry for probably 10 years or 12 years. And, you know, we're in our infancy here, trying to build a base for an industry through this bill and through the leadership of Speaker Amann and this committee and finance. How does this bill, as it's written today, with some of the changes that you've recommended, how does it compare to those states for us being competitive in this market and creating a base in an industry?
Well, you have to look at it from 2 angles. One, compare it to the states, and one, compare it to Canada. Canadian deal is pretty much impossible to beat because you're getting an actual, call it a kickback when you go up. When you leave the country, you're getting a check depending on how much you spent there. And some comes from the federal government, some comes from the province. So there's a direct cash return when you do something in Canada, in addition to a lot of other deals. And the exchange rate right now isn't all as favorable as it was a couple of years ago. So that's slowed down some of the Canadian work. As far as comparing us to other states, we've got enough, we looked at all the other states, and we decided what worked and what didn't work. And people are going to be trying to match this now. It's not like we're trying to give away a huge amount. The tax credit of 25% on the smaller production and 30% on anything over $1 million, those numbers are comparable to everybody else. We're just covering more items that could end up creating more jobs here throughout the year. We're covering more. Since we can't offer certain elements, we're offering what we can and putting tax credits against those, which will create the jobs in that sector of the industry.
And thank you, Doug. And I believe it's important to note here that the state of Connecticut is building a base for an industry here. And we're starting it, and we're going to try and certainly attempt to do it right the first time, and we'll certainly have changes, I'm sure, moving forward, because every bill isn't perfect. But it's important within the context of what we do here today and what we hear from everyone in the industry today to build a solid foundation and a base for the industry. So that's going to benefit the job growth and the creation of a strong industry base in the state of Connecticut. So, thank you for your testimony and questions from the committee members. Representative Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, sir, for your testimony. I understand your perspective that initially this would be extremely competitive because we would be broadening the types of things that would fall under the tax credits. How do we compete down the road when the other states play catch up and do that? Are we going to be competing on the dollar value of the tax credits? Are we going to have to get very generous, much more generous than we are right now?
That's what competition does. You've got to put the brakes on somewhere because it's going to get to a point that it's not affordable. I think the unique thing to our deal here is that if somebody takes advantage of these tax credits, they're making an investment in bricks and mortar and permanent jobs. Now, for someone to steal those people to another state is not as easy as stealing a transient production. So that's where we're targeting areas that once people are set up, and you've got your editors all living in whatever, Fairfield County or Hartford County, and somebody says, geez, we could save a few bucks if we move everybody to Pennsylvania, they're not going to move. It's easy to move a transient production from place to place, but not the bricks and mortar. And that's where we figured if we targeted that, there wouldn't be as much of that. Once these tax credits kick in and you audit it down in a couple of years, you'll know whether it was right, and you'll also know whether, if it does get more competitive, whether or not it's affordable to actually tweak them up. But it's hard to do it without a baseline right now, knowing exactly what they're going to cost in the long run. It's just that we know that there's a limited amount of money, and we can't get too greedy. But I think in order to at least compete, you've got to at least step up to the plate. But if you only come up halfway, no one's going to listen anyway. So that's why we got creative with it.
So we really have probably several years to develop a base.
Yes.
And develop that infrastructure, and once that infrastructure is in place, people aren't going to want to move.
This will be harder to move them.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Representative.
Okay.
Ranking Member, Representative Nugent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Thank you for your time and for your testimony. You alluded to the fact that other states have the infrastructure that we don't. Mm-hmm. The Empire State Building, the desert, attractions that the state of Connecticut, unfortunately, by its nature, mm-hmm. does not have. And I am sure that those other states have incentives in place right now to offer the industry the ability to come and stay there and work there. Mm. And I know that by tax incentives, you offer a variety of projects, variety of things, variety of taxes. But for this specific industry, what is the one thing that you would say that if the state of Connecticut would offer it, it will be something of an innovation, something that some other states don't offer? Or if we are to compete with them, we need to give them something that no one else has ever thought of. What would that be?
That would be the expanded eligible jobs and categories, being post-production and pre-production. We've also got an element, a section in there for the pre-production. Intellectual property rights. We have a section in there that covers if a project was written in Connecticut. It doesn't have to be about Connecticut, but if a project was written here and the rights were purchased here from a writer who lived within the boundaries of Connecticut, that element of the tax, that element would be eligible, provided 75% of the movie was produced here. That's the only 75% rule that we have in the package. New York State has, in order for a motion picture to be eligible, 75% of the production days have to take place in the state. We can't force that. The only time we bring that up is if somebody creates a project and wants to get the pre-production intellectual property rights included. They're limited in a percentage of the actual budget, but that alone right there would be an incentive for somebody to try to keep it here.
There is an issue that is just like starting to develop right now, discussing intellectual property right. There is a big movement that started by one of the big corporations, IBM, to do what is called open standard, open source, which means intellectual property become available to everybody who want to use them rather than just the person or the entity that developed them. If that is the case and if that happens, would we end up probably losing what we develop here or what we try to offer here if somebody else is going to jump on the equation and take it away from us? And if that is the case, then I'll go back to my previous question and say, if they are offering the same thing that we are offering, or maybe better, why would somebody want to pick up, move, and come here? And I love to see them coming here, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But why would they want to do that if they are being offered the same type of
Well, I don't
incentives
know what this IBM offer is that you were talking about. I'm not sure I understand what they're offering. Intellectual property rights on a motion picture isn't something IBM has control over. It's the rights to a movie or a television series. And then I'm using just those big. There's so much more digital media that's going to be covered under this, from interactive games, interstitials, iPod programming. All of those things need to be produced somewhere. And there's intellectual property rights that go along with any and all of those. How IBM is coming in with something, I'm not sure exactly what that is, but I don't think IBM can't steal the rights from somebody who wrote a story or a program or a concept. I'm not sure what that's, so, you know, from that point, we're covering that. And I think the most unique thing is the post side that we're covering, too, where other people aren't offering that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Googans. And if we can, maybe Representative yourself and maybe one other, and then if there's other questions, maybe we can grab Doug later, because we do have quite a list to get through in our 2.5-hour time frame.
Okay.
Representative Googans.
Thank you so much for being here, Doug. And I guess maybe we think you've got all the answers, so that we're asking you all the questions. But we are looking forward to the other testimony coming forth before us. But one of the things that I see repeated in a couple of places is the objection to being housed
Yes.
in the Office of Tourism and Culture, Tourism, da-da-da-da. What does that mean to you in terms of being housed? Because there may be a way in terms of setting this up in a way that there's a clear affiliation with it because the interests are similar and symbiotic. I can't say, or I wouldn't say it has nothing to do with it, but tell me what you think being housed in that office means,
Well,
and I won't pursue
if you're
anything
looking for
beyond that.
similarities in a department to house something somewhere, the most obvious choice would be in an economic development environment. I go back to, I've been around doing this for 15 years as a volunteer with the commission, and we wrote legislation back in 1995 that kicked in, and that's originally where the office was set up. It took a long time to actually get it opened over there through, everybody knows what went on, but still, once it was finally there, it was where it should have been in the first place, because it has more to do with economic development than it does to do with filling hotel beds. And that's the whole point here, is trying to create an infrastructure in the state with people who live here, not people who visit here. And that's where it's much more, at least from my point of view and from a number of folks, that's pretty much the obvious choice for it. And that's why we're pushing to have it put back there where it really belongs in the first place. Okay.
Thank you, Representative. Doug, thank you for
Okay.
your testimony. Look forward, and thank you again for all your work on
Okay.
the working committee to help craft this.
Thank you.
So thank you, sir.
Okay.
Next up on the invited guest list is Joe Gentile from Utopia Studios. Any relation, Representative? Yeah. Well, hey, Joe, come on up, right up here in front. So Joe, the Commerce Committee has quite a vibrant atmosphere about it today. Joe, thank you. If you could identify yourself for the clerk and provide your testimony. You have 5 minutes, Joe, and then you'll be available to answer questions from the committee. Thank you.
Sure. Hello, everybody. I'm going to try to keep this as short as I possibly can. I know you have a long list of people coming through here today. My name is Joseph Gentile. Although I am the CFO of Utopia Studios, I am not here on behalf of Utopia today, as I'm here as Joseph Gentile, co-chair of the Creative Industries Cluster in the state. I think the legislation that's pending is so important, not so much for ourselves, but for if you want to build an industry, you want to mirror what the other states around us are doing, and it certainly shows that it works. We want to do is we want to create an atmosphere and an environment that will foster and attract, those of us within our arts, entertainment, and creative industries community to come forward and to create jobs. And that's what it's all about, creating jobs and opportunities. So with that, I'm going to keep this very short. I have a letter here that I would like to read into the record. It's from Paul Newman, dated the 14th, and it says, "Dear members of the state legislature, I most specifically applaud the efforts of the governor and speakers of the House and the Speaker of the House to set forth legislation to create film and television jobs in Connecticut. I would have been with you in person, but I'm swimming the channel, or at least that's the way it feels with the script. Joanne joins me in sending the same. Sincerely, Paul Newman." As we know that Paul and Joanne are also Connecticut residents. With that, I just want to add one thing. A lot of people are concerned whether or not the arts entertainment community will come here to Connecticut. Well, the big surprise is for many of us, the Northeast is our home. And it's not so much that will they come here, it's more of a homecoming. On that note, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to speak.
So, thank you, Joe, and thank you for your comments. And again, we've had many meetings in the past and moving forward to get to this point today, and hopefully on a vote on the floor and in the Senate. So, thank you for all your expertise and your wife's expertise in helping us craft this important legislation. If you can, and I know that we've talked about it in finance, revenue, and bonding, but for the benefit of commerce here, your project, Utopia, and the beautiful site that you potentially have, and the ability long-term in the development of that site and the benefits that it has to the state of Connecticut, not only in the trade unions that'll be involved, not only in the job growth in the industry and the revenue to the state of Connecticut, but the potential of the basis of forming a strong industry tie. If you could just give us an overview on that, I'd appreciate it.
Well, with respect to our project Utopia, and obviously I can't discuss the status of it because we're in negotiations and we promised not to, but what we are proposing is 22,000 American Union jobs. These are head of the household jobs. They come with tremendous benefits. It's something, by the way, that's meant to be a catalyst, for an industry. But an industry isn't just one company. It's many companies and many people servicing, and as a community. The arts entertainment community is just that. It is a community, and it's an industry in the second part. Some friends of ours are coming forward today. Actress and supermodel Carol Alt, Danny Aiello, my wife, Ron Perlman, just to show that we're here, and I think Mr. Newman's letter, I think, is a great legend and an outstanding example of what a person in our industry should do. We're all committed, as is everybody on our team and throughout our community. We're committed to coming here. And we're here today to tell you that everybody supports your efforts, your wonderful efforts to help make this happen and create jobs and opportunities in an industry that's just purely a win-win-win for the state. I know there are attorneys and bean counters coming before me who can explain the details of all that, and I'm sure they'll be able to help you with some of the technical questions that you may have.
Okay, great, Joe, thanks. Are there questions from members of the committee? Yeah. Yes, yes, Senator.
Joe.
Senator LeBeau.
Thank you. Joe, good to see you. Could you comment, Joe, on other states and particularly about this bill in terms of the value of the incentives for pre- and post-production tax credits? I mean, as we look at the bill, we see that that's the emphasis of the bill. And why is that, if you could give us your comments on why that's important for the state of Connecticut, particularly in terms of the topic that you just raised, the number of jobs that can be created?
Well, if you want to build an industry, that's something that's important. You have all your surrounding states. Rhode Island probably has, some of the best tax legislation to attract filmmakers. Massachusetts, New York has tremendous success on their new programs. What we've seen occur in Louisiana, and quite frankly, what we've seen occur in Canada. A big part of what drives us on this project is American jobs. We're committed to American jobs, our industry, and our community. We've recently supported legislation in Congress. It was bipartisan, as it should be. It was the American Jobs Creation Act. And it made, incentives on a federal level for attracting films to thwart runaway production. And our community has endorsed this overwhelmingly. The jobs that have been lost to Canada and other parts of the world, and it's not that, we don't like these wonderful places. They're great places to visit, but, you'll ask Ron Perlman, he'll be the first one to tell you. He said it before publicly, and it really hit home when he told me. He said, I'm an American, and I like making, American films with Americans in America. And that's the growing trend. That's the commitment from our community, and we want that to happen right here in Connecticut. So I would really urge you, not that it's of any direct benefit to Utopia, but what's important, if you want to build an industry here, and it's a wonderful industry with many positive attributes that are far beyond anything you put economic value on, including culture and public image, and there's a direct correlation with tourism, and the state, is increasingly, supportive of tourism, has been very successful with tourism. These are all wonderful non-direct economic benefits that are realized by creating this industry. It's a wonderful opportunity. These other states are now recognizing that filmmaking is creating a project, and it is a manufacturing process. And that is a fact. American exports are, American entertainment is arguably a number one or number two, depending who you talk to, number one export. And there's something really wild about American entertainment. It can't be duplicated, and the whole world wants it. We'd like to do that right here in Connecticut. So anything that you can do is applauded by our entire community. And I'm looking around this room, and I see Senator Cook and Senator LeBeau and the Berger and, Andrea and, all people here that have been very passionate about this, has asked the questions about this, have worked very hard. And it's a wonderful thing to happen. And the more you can do to do that, we applaud you, because you'll be creating not only jobs in Connecticut, but American jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. And frankly, I wish that more industries felt the same way that you feel in terms of creating jobs in America. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Senator. Joe's the biggest salesman here, so we can does a great job. Senator Cook.
Thank you. Good morning, Joe. Good to see you again.
Good morning, Senator Cook.
And Kathy, good morning to you. One of the difficult challenges we're facing in this is the issue of that Columbus Circle labor agreement for New York. Now we are going to be sandwiched in between the agreement that Boston area included when they negotiated with Rhode Island for their tax credits to include the entire state of Rhode Island in their local. And now we've got, you know, the local in New York that only goes out the 25 miles without having extra expenses on the production. So we are now stuck in this little no man's land in between. And as much as we are working so hard to create incentives to match the Rhode Island programs or to do as many things as we can, we've got Sonalist already existing. We've got hopefully what will happen with Utopia. We have Frank Capra Jr. looking at North Stonington. Can they really be successful if we don't get some sort of new local or new agreement that we would expand the boundaries of either the Boston local or the New York local to include our part of Connecticut? How can we get to that piece? Because I see that as one of the major barriers that's going to get in the way no matter how many tax credits we put in. I'd appreciate your comments on that.
Well, absolutely, that is a consideration. But I will submit to you that Louisiana is a lot further from Columbus Circle than we are, and they've done tremendous, as has Rhode Island, and as Massachusetts, and New York City obviously is there. I'll also submit to you that, you know, the arts entertainment community is it's not any different from any other industry. If you make something make sense, the money seems to follow money. And if you think that it's a challenge to create a movie in Connecticut, I submit to you to try to make a film in Winnipeg, Canada, in the middle of the winter, 30 degrees below, and the only attraction is a tax credit. You know, today, the filmmaking finance process is largely based on tax incentives. And, you know, where in the past, you were interested in your above-the-line and your below-the-line costs, now all of a sudden you want to know what are the tax ramifications in creating this finance package. So more now than ever, tax incentives have become important. And it's not going to be the basis of all movies, but if you want to really capture and create an industry, you really want to be as attractive as you possibly can. You know, Connecticut, there's a reason why we're here. Connecticut is, in our opinion, the ultimate choice for this film studio. And the reason being is that the talent is already here. The sad part historically, about the creative industries in Connecticut is, not only are they born here, they're from Connecticut, not only do we educate them, and specifically in the arts, but after we educate them, they leave. Because the opportunity hasn't been here traditionally for them to benefit from. So let's do something about that, and I think that's really what the incentives are all about. It's the legislation, it's the administration, working together, bipartisan effort, to bring this forward and to create some opportunities for our next generations.
Joe, if we create one of the unique parts of what our proposed bill does is to try to incentivize a post-production center of excellence
Absolutely.
in Connecticut. We have clearly some wonderful animators and video experts at Sonalist. I expect you will probably have animators that, and we'll have others that will be able to do more of the post-production piece. Are they going to be limited by this Columbus Circle thing and the Rhode Island local issue?
No, but I also want you to submit, when you look at the filmmaking process, generally it's, you know, those are, my wife says it best, in order for her to be in front of that camera for a scene and an acting scene, you generally need 140 people. Those are all when you see the end of the movie, you see all those credits, those are good paying technical professions, careers. And you can't make that film. You can't manufacture that film, that product, without that technical expertise. And although that we pay well for that, the cost of that comparative to the cost of the feature attraction of actors and actresses, of directors and producers, and the costs associated with that are far greater in proportion generally than the technical aspects of it, which you have professionals, trained, skilled professionals providing a trained, skilled service that's required to make that product. But I wouldn't get so caught up on the technical aspects of that as you would the mainline talent costs. That's where the labor really costs in the film production. And, tax incentives go towards that total budget. So that's something that's, going to be certainly beneficial.
What I'm trying to get to, though, is how much in tax incentives? Rhode Island was able to do what they did on their bill, but it included this agreement to have the entire state be part of the local.
Well, I would
Are we going to have to change what we do in tax incentives?
After being in Connecticut for close to 4 years now, there's one thing I've learned, and it's been a wonderful process in learning, is that Connecticut is unique from any other place in the world, and that's what makes it great. Okay, so I would imagine that you're going to come up with legislation that is going to be unique, and it is going to be spectacular, and I'll leave that to you, because I have a pretty good feeling that the people in this room and in this building are going to have no problems coming up with something that logistically is going to make sense.
Joe, thanks for your comments. And Senator, we're going to have a couple of tax attorneys up towards the end, and
Okay,
we might want to redirect those questions to them at that time. And Joe, thank you for your testimony here today.
Thank you very much.
Next, Speaker of the House, James Amann.
Yeah, you can clap for Jim.
Well, good morning. Wonderful
Mr. Speaker.
Commerce Committee.
Mr. Speaker, good
I
morning.
apologize that I didn't bring any notes. I don't think I need any this morning, but it's a real pleasure to be with you, Chairman LeBeau and Chairman Berger, and the wonderful committee. As you see here behind me, we have some wonderful people joining us, not only directly, but in this whole room. We have Kathy Mariotti Gentile, Carol Alt, Ron Perlman, Danny Aiello, James Noble. In fact, I have to tell you that last April, I was watching TV. As you know, I've told the story before about this whole thing on Utopia. Didn't know much about it. Kind of looked at it and said, what is this? What is this thing all about? Same exact time, Howard Baldwin was in town. I met Howard Baldwin on another issue about bringing the whalers back. And I had a chance to ask Howard, what is this whole thing about movie studios? What do you think about that happening in Connecticut? And Howard basically said, why not Connecticut? He was the first one to say, you have so many people live in Connecticut. Many of them are in this room today. In back of me, there's a lot of folks in the industry, high-paying jobs, technical jobs, engineering jobs, jobs that we want to create in Connecticut. We're talking about what can we do to stimulate the economy, and Howard said, you need to be competitive. And people in Connecticut that are in this industry, and you have a ton of them in Connecticut, what you need to do is give them incentives. They don't want to go to Canada. If they can stay where they live, just like all of us. What do we always say when you say to me, the Speaker, what time are we getting out tonight? And you want to know that we're not going to be here 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 2 in the morning, because you want to get home to your family. These folks in back of me are no different. They have lives too. They like to do their work, do their job, and go home to where they enjoy living. That's here in Connecticut. So I think we have an advantage over Rhode Island and Massachusetts and Canada, because we have so many talented people here. We have also being between Boston and New York also gives us an advantage. Canada right above us. So I'm telling you that we are at the same spot we were in tourism in 1992. When I sat on that committee in 1992 about tourism, I had that same first Connecticut Yankee attitude. Tourism? Why would you put me on a tourism committee? What the hell is tourism in Connecticut? I don't want to go if I'm going to go tour someplace, I'm going to go to Boston or New York or, L.A. or Las Vegas. I'm not going to go spend any money here in Connecticut. Well, how wrong was I? By the time I was done as vice chairman of that committee, I became the biggest advocate for Connecticut because we have such a beautiful state, so many things to offer, so many beautiful beaches, so many great homes in our state. And now it's $1 billion industry. I will guarantee that a decade from now, when you make the decision to go forward as a legislature on the film industry, this will be 10 times what the tourism industry, if not better, for the state of Connecticut. This is a huge investment for job creation, for us to zero in on something new as we've done with biotech and stem cell. This is a great opportunity for us. Some people say, well, why do we have to be better, do we have to be, can we be the same as Rhode Island and Massachusetts? Can we give the same incentives? My point to you is why? We proved it in the gas tax and diesel tax years ago, it was Connecticut being such a small state, that by reducing taxes in certain areas, especially in the diesel area, we can create more revenue. But we want to be better than Rhode Island. We want to be a little bit better than what Massachusetts is doing. And that's why I hope we're going to do that here and do that this year. It's very exciting. I mean, to have these wonderful people. These people are professionals that are here today, people that many of us that we know and we admire. And I can tell you, every one of them, I've seen their movies. I've seen them in other things too. I've seen them model. And I'll tell you, we got some good people in this room. And I have to brag, I was with Jim Noble. Jim, can you stand up for a minute? Stand up for a minute there, James. If you remember Jim, he's played in a lot of good movies, but one show was one of my favorites. He played the governor in Benson, and he was terrific. And he had an opportunity to go down to see his studio. I never was on a studio set, Joe. And so Jim asked me to come down to Norwalk, and I was very fascinated to see how it operates, how it works. It was a lot of fun for me. But the best part, guys, I have to brag. I might have a 5-second bit. They threw a jacket on me and threw me in the scene. My first acting debut, so who knows? Who knows? Speaker, now, hey, listen, if Ronald Reagan could be an actor and then become president, why can't the speaker, right, be a speaker politician and someday be an actor? Who knows? Sometimes there's no difference between the two, we know.
You know that.
And
Ronald Reagan.
So with that, it's really a pleasure to be with everybody here today. You know, you're all my friends from both sides of the aisle. This is bipartisan. I'm glad to see the governor also supports this legislation. I know Senator Cook and others, Senator Stillman, have been big advocates for this for a long time. Let's try to get this done and get it done quick. And I would love to answer any questions, because I know you'd rather talk to these wonderful people in back of me than to keep on yapping to me all day.
Well, thank you, Speaker, for taking the time out from your busy schedule, and I know that you have a lot of commitments today. It's a busy day for you.
I hope you come over. We got corned beef sandwiches and a roast starting in a half an hour.
Got a chance.
And we hope you join us at the Capitol when you get a chance. We'd love to have you there today. We've got some great Irish dancers, a world champion coming over there, a great band, so please enjoy it. The luck of the Irish, the sun came out, so glad to be here.
Thank you again, Speaker.
All for the American Cancer Society, right.
That's good. Well, we got that plug-in.
I got my plug-in.
Speaker, thank you again and on behalf of this committee and my co-chair, for your commitment and your bold initiative in seeing the need for this. And when we talk about the need, we talk about post-production and we talk about production, and your leadership in forming this working group that put together a draft proposal that I think is aggressive and bold and establishes and captures a market, dealing with what you talk about, job growth, stimulating the economy, building the base of an industry in the state of Connecticut. All of those elements and more are within this bill. And as I had stated before, certainly every bill is not a perfect bill, but this bill addresses an area that's going to be important, again, in establishing a base in the industry. So as this bill moves through this committee today in a bipartisan way, and certainly through finance, I believe that we have created that base, and I look forward to its vote on the floor, and I congratulate you, sir, on your leadership on this issue. Questions from members of the committee?
See, you're very smart. You don't ask the speaker any questions.
Yeah, very good.
You all are very blessed. I can't help you with bonding. We got to help, we got to do what we can to work with the governor together on that, but I'm sure she'll be good to you, too. One last thing, because Senator, now you're going to ask me a question, right? You're challenged. Wait, before I do, let me also say that I also see Frank Capra's studios here. Raise your hands back there, Joe, the rest of the crew. So there we are. And we also, of course, we got Utopia that Joe just talked. Stage Door, which is, hopefully I got that right. Is that Stage Door? Jim, what's the name of your new company?
Open the gate.
Open the gate. I know it's Stage Door, Open the Gate, yes. Okay. Open the gate.
Senator Cook, did you have
Oh, and anybody from Sonalist
Yes,
here?
Andy Torriella's back there. He's here.
Okay, and of course Sonalist, because, now Mindy's telling me who I forgot now. But Sonalist, Mr. Chairman, if you want to do something great for this committee, if Sonalist, maybe Sonalist will get mad at me for saying this.
We'll go
If you
there.
want to do something, get yourselves over to Sonalist and see what they do over there. It is one of the best-kept secrets in Connecticut. That's probably what they wanted to keep it, but you know what? Too bad. I let that secret out of the bag. Sonalist, we already have a proven record there. Red October won the Academy Award. They do some great recording, the Aerosmith and many other big stars over there. Take the committee over there if you haven't seen it. It will just totally blow you away. And I'll tell you, when you talk about high-paying jobs, high-tech jobs, people with skills, they're sitting over there in Sonalist. I think they employ somewhere 600 some odd people in their whole company. And I'll tell you, when you finish that tour, Chairman LeBeau, Chairman Berger, I know that my staff and I, when we walked out, we felt pretty dumb. That's how smart these folks are over there. Just totally blow you away, and it was just a fantastic studio. And if we can do a Sonalist like that, and we can give them some incentives, and we can do it for Capra, we can do it for Open the Gate, and and let's not forget, geez, my Lord, Mindy, you're right. Let's not forget the building trades and the job creation that we can have for all our building trade guys who have been on this since day one. They deserve an applause for working so hard. So give yourself an applause back there, building trades. I'm sorry, I'm excited about that, Mr. Chairman. I know we're not
Thank you.
supposed to clap.
You have nothing else to do? Nothing
No,
else?
Senator Cook,
Those are
Mr.
rules I believe that you established.
I
There's
know,
no
I
clap, Mr. Speaker.
apologize. I apologize, you're right.
But actually, Mr. Speaker, that is in the works for this committee along with Finance to take a road trip, so to speak.
Wonderful.
And also for the people at Sonalist, along with the chairs and ranking members in Finance, to meet on the tax credit issues.
Soon, hopefully, we're going to take a bus to Utopia and a bus to Frank Capra Studios and Sonalist and Open the Gate and all the rest. It'd be fun to do here in the state.
Senator Cook, you had a brief question.
Mr. Speaker, it's a delight to work with you. You're a breath of fresh air for bipartisanship. We appreciate that. I just want to let you know that when the bill gets signed, it's Mystic Pizza for all.
Hey, that sounds good to me.
Never forget that Mystic Pizza. Representative Bokus, a brief comment?
Just a brief comment, Mr. Speaker. After yesterday's testimony before the after-school legislation, I see such possibilities here as they come into the state to be able to offer really strong programs for our youth in Connecticut, and as someone previously testified, to be able to build that foundation for people to stay right here in this glorious state. So thank you for the work you've done, and thank you to all that are here, and I hope to see their contribution in the future.
Thank you, Representative Bokus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, give me the hook. Whoops.
Senator Stillman.
Yes. Hi, Senator.
I also, Sonalist is in my backyard, it's in my town, and we're very proud of them, and I appreciate your recognition. I appreciate your recognition of the work that they do and their contribution, as well as the fact that I'm enjoying working with Joe and Utopia and all the other folks. But this isn't just a bipartisan effort. I would also say that it's a House and a Senate effort. Many times, both chambers go in different directions. I think this is one time when we're all on the same page, and I will certainly do my best to make sure that continues. So I thank you again for your leadership on this. As a former House member, I feel comfortable congratulating the Speaker of the House, and it is refreshing for all of us to work together. So I look forward to hearing from the other folks. And as someone with a New York roots, I'm thrilled to see all these folks sitting here.
Well, Senator, I also know how hard you worked for this industry and for Sonalist and what a supporter you've been, and thank you for shedding the light on it to me. I'm so glad that I think we have some great opportunities here.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Give me the hook.
Thank you
I'm
for your
done.
comments, and Senator, thank you for your leadership.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
Okay.
Floodgates are open now.
Next up on invited guests for the committee, we have a panel, and I guess they'd like to come up as a panel of actors and actresses. Carol Alt, Kathy Moriarty, Ron Perlman, and Danny Aiello. If you'd like, each can make comments and then hopefully be available for questions from the committee. Kathy, if you'd like to start.
Okay, yeah, hi, good morning, everybody. I'd like to, well, everybody's been introduced, and
If you could, for the benefit of the clerk, when you do speak, just your names for the record.
sure, my name is Kathy Moriarty Gentile with Utopia, and my friends and colleagues from the entertainment industry have come up to support all of you and us in this venture, and I'm going to let them speak first, since, and then I'll kind of close, if that would be okay. So, Carol, how about you go first?
Good morning,
Morning.
committee. I'm Carol Alt. I've lived in Connecticut for 8 years. I've done about, well, I'd say, somewhere around 100 hours of film, not 1 hour of which was shot in Connecticut. I had to move from Connecticut back to New York in order to get work, and then I moved from New York to Canada in order to get work. And when I look at Connecticut and how much I loved living here, how beautiful the state is, and that it was my home for a very long time, and how much I enjoyed living here, I find it a real shame that we can't seem to put together some kind of package that can support an industry like this to come here and give jobs to those people who don't want to live in the city and who don't want to leave the country in order to be able to work. And I think the baseball movie with Kevin Costner said it best, if you build it, they will come. And I think that that's exactly what Kathy and Joe are trying to do with Utopia Studios. I think that you will be able to work out whatever problems you have, because it's bringing jobs to Connecticut, where I know the military, because I used to be in the military as a kid. I was in ROTC, and my father was a colonel in the reserves. I know the military was a big industry here, and it's kind of fading away and creating a void. And I think that this industry can fill that void, can employ a lot of people, and bring a lot of people to this great state. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Kathy just asked me to talk about tax incentives really quickly. Ron, do you mind?
Roger's taking your line. Oh, they're working.
I found in a lot of other countries, I worked extensively in Europe and Canada, as I said before, and I live in Canada now. I find that many other countries have tax incentives for the productions, and that forces people to have to go there and work. And I think it would be really great to have some kind of tax incentive here to bring people home. I would love to work in my home. I'd love to be able to go home at night to my family and see my sisters and my mother. But my industry and my work has brought me everywhere else in the world, because every other place has tax incentives. Canada does, Italy now does. I can't work in Italy anymore because I'm not Italian. And they hire Italians because the productions get tax incentives to hire their own. I think we should do that more in America, protect our own jobs and bring people and keep people here. Sorry, Ron, all yours. I think so. Kathy, am I done?
You're done, Carol, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm Ron Perlman. It's a pleasure to be here. I want to congratulate everybody in this room for the fact that this discussion is even taking place. This is an important discussion to be having here in the United States. I have now made films on 6 continents around the world. There are 7, so I'm hoping not to finally round it out, because that would be Antarctica, and it doesn't agree with my constitution. But anyway, 6 continents, it's a fact that I'm rather proud of, but it's also a fact that dismays me somewhat, because the reason that I've had to go to work on so many places so far afield from my home is because everything basically ends up boiling down to what makes most sense economically. And of the movies that I made in all those continents, probably 5% of them were made because they needed those locations. The other 95% of those jobs were made simply because it made sense to go there, because it was cheaper to make the films. Now, we happen to, so I have participated in as an active player in the outsourcing of what was quintessentially and fundamentally an American industry that we have, like we have at so many other quintessentially American industries, just given away to the rest of the world, who came in and undercut us and underbid us and found a way to take not only our crafts, but jobs away from the people who, whose ancestors created those jobs to begin with. Now, we happen to be living in a very important time because we happen to be seeing a movement afoot here in the United States of finding ways to compete with the world, and it's working. You see films being made, for instance, and I talk about movies. This is true of any industry that outsources for economic terms, but I talk about movies because it happens to be, you know, my industry and what I know the most. But there are movies being made in parts of the United States now that no one imagined would be attractive for movie-making purposes, simply because there are aggressive tax credits available, and business is sucked into those vortexes like as if in a vacuum. There are movies being made in New Mexico. There are movies being made in Rhode Island. There are movies being made in Hawaii. There are movies being made in Puerto Rico that those places never entertained those industries before. Louisiana probably is the greatest example because it's the most aggressive tax credit that exists in the United States. It went from $20 million in revenues in the year 2002 to it was on track to do $1 billion in movie revenue if it weren't for Katrina in the year 2005. If you would have told somebody 10 years ago, we think Louisiana is going to be one of the film capitals of the United States, you would have gotten a lot of strange looks. But tax credits, things happen. Same thing in New Mexico. Same thing in New York State. New York State just posted $600 million in revenues that were spent on movies. Now, the effect that it has directly on the numbers that I'm talking about for movie production has nothing to do with the ancillary effects when a movie comes to your community. Restaurants do better. Dry cleaners do better. Hotels do better. Gymnasiums do better. Because there's this influx of hundreds and hundreds of people coming into the community who would not have been there before, who are availing themselves of the hospitality of that particular community. And the impact that it has on communities is untold. I'm not an expert in these issues, but I am deeply patriotic, been made deeply about my proclivity towards trying to find ways to come back home and work here so that I'm not as far away from my loved ones as I've had to be over the course of time, and obsessed with the idea of helping any community that would like to address the idea of how to bring back a quintessentially American industry. And I applaud you for even taking this matter up. I think if this thing is passed, the discussion 10 years from now, when you reap the benefits and see what it is that you've laid in these seeds, you'll be really proud of yourselves for participating in turning the tide of an industry and helping your own local community.
Good morning. My name is Danny Aiello. I'm an actor out of New York City. I'm here on behalf of Utopia Studios. I've done over 80 movies, not one of them in Connecticut. That's sad, isn't it? There are many other states that I did have the opportunity to work in, including other countries. And this was availed to me, this opportunity, because of tax incentives in many of these states. There were many movies I was to shoot in New York City. Didn't shoot in New York City because it was cheaper to go to Canada. Tax incentives were given in Canada, so we shot many of the movies in Canada. One in particular, Moonstruck. There were 2 weeks that we shot in New York City, only exteriors, and then the remaining shoot, we went to Canada for tax incentives. And that's what we did. There was a movie called 29th Street, which began in New York City. We did 2 weeks of exteriors in New York City, completed the movie in Durham, North Carolina, another tax incentive state. Just recently, I had the pleasure of working in Boston, Massachusetts. We will commence a motion picture called Stiffs in November of last year. We were going to another state. We were persuaded to delay the beginning of this movie until January of this year. The reason we were persuaded to do that was that the new tax law went into effect in Massachusetts, in Boston. We saved on a $3.5 million movie over $500,000 in tax credits. It made it very feasible and possible for us to shoot in Boston, and very attractive. And may I add, there are many movies that are not shot in Boston that should shoot in Boston. There are movies that are shot in other states, and those states are made to look like Boston in certain areas only because there are tax incentives given. So if you decide individually and collectively to give tax credits to this industry, it'll be probably one of the greatest things you would have done, because there is no better industry, in my opinion, to create wealth than the motion picture industry. We speak of skilled labor from Connecticut that will work in these edifices, so to speak. But think of those who are entry-level labor as well. We're talking about, at Utopia Studios, we're talking about thousands and thousands of jobs. Of course, we're all happy when we have skilled labor working, but we also have entry-level workers as well that will benefit from this. The economy in the state will leap to areas it's never been before, I'm quite sure. It's been done before in other states that have given this incentive to motion picture people. Hollywood is a funny animal. They'll only move when they can make money, and that is all they'll do. They'll move. They state that it's a very liberal sort of community. Unfortunately, much of the work in California is outsourced to different places outside of our country. That saddens the hell out of me, but it's done, and it's done frequently. Please make Connecticut what it deserves to be. A place where a movie can be seen by its people. There's nothing more attractive. Let me say this. When I was a little boy in New York City, I was born on West 68th Street, and I would see a movie being shot on the street. It was the most exciting thing that I had seen in my life. So I don't want you to think it's going to upset traffic. It's going to drive you nuts at will to a certain degree. But there is nothing more great, in my opinion, greater than for the youth of Connecticut to see movies being made, actors walking around. I mean, most of us are garbage, but there are some of us that are quite good, you know, and I hate to use myself as an example, but children look at it, grown-ups look at it. You walk down the street, you see a movie being shot in your community. There's nothing like it. And let's look at the economics of that movie being shot in your community. Your grocery store will make more money. Your camera store will make more money. Your restaurants will be busting at its seams, and not only for customers coming in to eat or do whatever it is they do in that particular store, but we might even use one of those places as a location, and to ask that person to close down his or her establishment for that moment or for that day in question. They will be rewarded handsomely as a result. So I am telling you, it is the most exciting thing. I tried to do this in New York City, Stapleton Studios in Staten Island. I tried for 3 years. Let me tell you, I did it for altruistic reasons. There was no money being made by me. I just thought it was something that could benefit that particular county of Staten Island in New York. We fought like heck. Giuliani sent me in there to do it. I said, this should be a studio. Unfortunately, Bloomberg didn't think so, and EDC, the Economic Development Corporation, didn't think so yet. It hasn't been, we haven't failed yet. It's still in litigation, it's in federal court, and we're trying to get this thing done. And I am telling you, in Connecticut, do not allow anyone to stop this from happening. Speaking to you people here, you wonderful people, I get it individually and collectively, you all seem to be for it. Am I wrong?
Well, we get to vote this afternoon, Danny.
And let me say this in finality, that all of you possibly can be extras. And you can be upgraded to a speaking part. That's a day player. You get a lot more money. Let me say I'm so pleased to be here. Let me say I'm so pleased to be here in spite of this terrible drive that I had from Jersey all the way out. The traffic was terrible.
I'm
But I
sorry.
just enjoyed coming. It's my first time in the Connecticut Capitol. It is quite beautiful. And I thank you all for allowing us to speak here on behalf of Utopia Studios. And I do hope you vote in the manner in which I truly feel you will, that the incentive is a tax incentive for this particular state. And doing that, you will economically lift this state to another level that it hasn't been before. I thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aiello. I would like to, just a comment. This afternoon, we intend to vote on the bill, and every member of the committee can see that as their audition for the speaking part.
Kathy, you had some final comments to wrap up the panels?
I love you guys. No, that's what I'm used to, what we're used to. We call each other up and listen, we have this to do, I have this part, I have this script, I have that script, and we all show up for each other. And that's why when we started proposing this and putting this together, Joe and myself, and Joe actually was listening to, I had my friends over and we were in LA and we were all complaining that, sick and tired of being in LA and want to go home, I want to go home. And he's like, well, why don't you guys just do something about it? And we just all gave him a dirty look as usual. But he said, do something about it. And that's how Utopia came about. But it's about calling up your friends and doing something. And so we wanted Giving Back as the School of the Arts. But as I was calling up my friends who would come up today to speak on behalf of the tax incentives, so many of my friends are like, oh, God, Kathy, I can't come up there today, but yeah, oh, sure. If they gave a tax incentive, I'd be there. And yeah, I want your money from Utopia, too. I have this great movie I want to make up there. But I can't. It's funny, when you listen, not one of us have come to Connecticut to make a movie. I've never made a movie here. I've never done anything up here. And I was talking to Ed Burns from Saving Private Ryan, Brothers McMullen. He does all these wonderful family independent movies. He's like, yeah, Connecticut gives tax incentives. I'm there. I'm there on Utopia's money. I want to come up to Connecticut and make movies. I was talking to George Hamilton, who sends his love to you, by the way. I'd love to come to Connecticut, Kathy. I can't wait. Dashing George. So many people who would love to come up to Connecticut, all of our colleagues and our friends. And they all send their regards. And anybody who's going to read the letter? Anybody? From you all? Okay, great. From Paul Newman and Joanne Woodward. I mean, it's just, everybody has lent their support and would love to come up here. And I just think it's just so wonderful, that everybody would like to come back home. So, yay for tax incentives.
Yeah.
That's about it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, I'm going to have some comments and some questions from the committee members, but again, on behalf of myself and my co-chair, thank you very much for taking the time out from your busy schedules to come up and give what I believe to be expert testimony on what we feel is a very, very important bill, which we will be voting on later today. And Danny, we are working on the transportation problem. Yeah. The speaker has a $6 billion program.
It wasn't that bad.
And the comments that you have all made, really in reference to the tax benefit issue, the revenue growth for the state of Connecticut, the economic qualities that it's going to have, the job growth, not to mention the fact, as you've all stated, the making of a movie here, the post-production benefits, the ability to be able to use the expertise that's within a 50-mile or 75-mile radius of this building right here, and to be the ability to be able to do that right here in the state of Connecticut. Create those jobs, create that revenue, make it easier for the people that do that work to do it in the state of Connecticut. So with all that said, again, thank you for your comments and your testimony. And just one other comment I want to direct towards Danny. Probably, and I like a lot of your pictures, Dan, but probably the best picture I like is Broadway Danny Rose, because Nick Apollo was in that, and he's a Waterbury guy. But, you know, if it weren't for the indiscretion on the Johnny Carson show, he might have been, you know, he might
Let me
have done a
say
little bit
this,
better.
Broadway Danny Rose, I was supposed to get, but Apollo got it. A Connecticut guy beat me out, I want you to know. I'm not an actor, I'm not an actor, from what I understand.
Yeah. But thank you again for taking the trip up, and I appreciate that. Senator?
Fine. Thank you for coming today. Thank you for your testimony. I think you've added a lot. Certainly, and by being here, you've brought a lot of attention to this, and I think that it's going to help us move this right along. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Nugent?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Aiello, allow me for a second just to direct a brief comment to you. You talked about filming in the local community. I live in Waterbury, Connecticut, about 20 miles southwest. And a few years ago, there was a movie being filmed in my community, Stanley and Iris, and Robert De Niro. And it was unbelievable how the community rallied together, and they had so many extras that they hired from the local community kids.
Yes.
And every now and then we just watch the movie and see the kids that we knew at the time was like, 4 or 5 years old, just riding a bicycle down the street. Now he is a manager of a local car rental place. So it's just very, very excited, and you are correct. I agree with you. It added a lot to the community insofar as economic benefits, restaurants at the time, and catering services, and trucking rentals. They rented trucks and things. So it really worked out very well for the community. And believe me, I like that movie, and that's because it was filmed right in my neighborhood.
Right.
So I really appreciate your comment on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Senator Cook?
Thank you. Kathy, it was delightful to have you bring your friends here, and we're happy to have you here. My favorite was Forget Paris.
Oh,
And you need to tell Billy Crystal that if you're going to make movies east of the Connecticut River, we're Red Sox fans.
Thank you, Senator.
I'll mention it.
Representative Miele?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. Welcome here. Danny, I want to comment on your, no, you need no comments on your career, but I live in Westport, Connecticut, and quite a few stars live in my constituent and so on. But one thing I want to say, I think everybody here saw The Godfather, the first movie. I come from Sicily. The scene where Al Pacino asked for Polonia's hand in marriage is 3 miles from my house.
Is that right?
It's in a little town called Savoga, and nobody heard the town. After the movie has become a tourist attractions. It's people goes from all over, go over there, take a picture, show, stop at the restaurant. And I see the movies once in a while. I have, on your video, and I say, hey, I know you, that's John, and that's the old lady now. She's a young lady, she's about 89, and she owns, it's actually a coffee shop. And it wasn't a wine drinking club, it was a coffee shop. They make Italian ices, the best you ever seen. Wow. So if you, that's to say, the people today and those days, just to go there, if you shot a movie in Connecticut, you got plenty of places. We got submarine bases, we got Lime Rock for race cars, Gillette Castle. People remember, people don't want to come in. And it's fun, but that's so. And I'm sorry you can work in Italy. I'd rather you work in here than Italy.
No, that was me.
I know. I'm sorry.
And by the way, we shot Sicily for New York and Montreal for New York on several films. It's
Not
amazing.
to give videos on business, but if you ever had to work in Italy, give me a call. I can arrange for somebody. Thank you.
I did five movies in Cinecittà in Rome.
Cinecittà, exactly. Well, I know the Minister of Cultural Assets, they call it, like Bene Culturale, which he goes to movies and so on. I know personally him. He comes from a town about 30 miles from my town. The way I was born. My town is Westport. Okay, I'm American, but my roots are there. I was born and grew up there.
Joe is going to be inviting you all over to his office for cappuccino later.
Sure, you're welcome to it.
Good Italian cappuccino?
Representative
But only if you
Goog,
show me in Connecticut. Okay?
Representative Goog is for a brief comment.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You would never know, Mr. Aiello, that you and I have something very much in common.
Are you an actress too?
When you said, I've always been an actress, no. When you said that you grew up on 68th Street, 217 West 68th Street is where I grew up, in Manhattan, right between Amsterdam Avenue and West End Avenue.
I was born at 250 West 68th Street. I was born not in a hospital.
Yeah, right.
I was dropped on a bed. I was the only one. All the other kids in the house were in the hospital. I was in bed.
PS 94
Oh, my God.
on the corner, and you and I may have been members of the same neighborhood gang.
Oh, thank you.
Representative, I know that was a tough gang if you were involved in it.
Is that a Republican gang? I can't believe it.
Incredible.
Wow. Thank you for that. Thank you very much for that.
Okay, for a brief comment, Representative Harrison Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to, and more directly to what you said, Mr. Perlman, I think all of you hit it on it a little bit, is the outsourcing. And, you know, that's something that's near and dear to my heart, and you're absolutely right. We're outsourcing our talented individuals like yourself all over this globe. And, you know, you mentioned some of the skilled trades that have gone overseas and everywhere else because of tax incentives, and you're absolutely right. I'm a firm supporter of this project prior to, but when you said that, I just sat back and thought about it a little bit more. You're absolutely right, and we have to do something to help you folks out, keep you here in the country.
Thanks. You know, my obsession with Connecticut began with Joe's obsession with Connecticut and his dream to build Utopia Studios here. And over the course of time, you know, you put on a coat and, you know, eventually it becomes your favorite coat. And so I'm developing a rather well-articulated love affair with the state and looking into spending a great deal of time here. And I have been educating Bulgarians, Africans, you know, Eastern Europeans, Western Europeans, South Americans, and one of the things that really, really impresses me about the ergonomic idea of what we're doing here today, what Joe began doing with the Dream of Utopia, is the amount of sort of cross-pollination of giving, taking, growing. And Kathy mentioned this briefly, but one of the most impressive things about the Utopia Dream is the School for the Arts. Because when you go to Bulgaria to shoot a movie, you hire 80% of your crew are Bulgarians. Why? Because, you know, they'll work for $2 a day. You know, why not, in the dream of having a new artistic community where everything is attractive, where you have these kids who are local kids who are getting an opportunity to be educated in what I consider to be an incredibly noble industry, an art form, which has a deep, rich heritage in the United States, and give them hands-on opportunities to work with those of us who, you know, are the generation ahead, who have some things to show them, and then they take the reins and be the next generation. That to me is so appealing, and there's such a nobility to that. And we, you know, we have an opportunity to just enhance and enhance and enhance and make this entire thing that has all of this real good, you know, good-hearted sentiment attached to its dream. You know, something that's vital and viable and really, really works to the benefit of everybody.
Again, thank you, Representative. For a final comment, the co-chair of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee, my friend in the House, Representative Cam Staples, for concluding comment.
May I ask a question, Mr. Chair? Is that permissible?
Yes,
a brief
yes, through
question.
the chair. Yeah.
Thank you. I want to thank you all for being here, too, and I think you're sensing on this committee and I think in the legislature a real interest in attracting not just movie making, but the film industry to Connecticut. And if I could just ask that question, and if it's, I know there's a lot to be said about it, but aside from just attracting movies to come in and shoot for a week, I think we're really interested in building an industry here. And I know you probably know that many states are doing exactly what we're doing. New York City, I know there's a write-up in the New York Times today about New York City's credits. I'd just like to ask you, what do you think we can do that would be a little different than every state in terms of tax incentives that will create and attract an ongoing industry rather than just a site where some movies will come and go? I mean, is there something different that you could suggest that would make this a place that where we could grow an entire industry?
If you're not comfortable with that, if you have a comment on that, that's fine, or to answer that. But Representative Staples, we do have next up 2 tax attorneys, investment tax attorneys.
Okay, if you'd
that are
like me to
experts.
wait on that, I'll be happy to ask somebody else.
Representative, in my travels making movies in Eastern Europe, I ran into an expert in worldwide media finance, and they've been gracious enough to come today. I think they're the next speakers that are up, Bianca Bezdek and Warren Goss, and they can address the impact that smart finance as a basis for making media plays on a community, and with real live examples of how it's impacted states, how it's impacted countries, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So if we could defer to them.
I'd be happy to wait until then. Thank you.
Okay. Again, thank you for your testimony. Thank you for coming up here today.
Thank you.
Next up is Bianca Bedzek and Warren Goss, entertainment and tax attorneys.
I hope so.
Good afternoon. Actually, still morning. Could you proceed your testimony with your name? And also, I wanted to ask, do you have written testimony that you've submitted?
No, I do
Okay.
not.
If you go right ahead.
Hello, good day. My name is Bianca Bezdek.
Oh, Bianca, let's hold on a second until everybody gets a chance to get out the door, and we can get it quiet so everybody can hear you.
The cameras are turned off, just me. Not no love.
Thank you, Bianca. If we could close the doors in the back of the room, please. It isn't often that we have so many folks from Hollywood here with us, and quite a bit of a stir. Thank you, Bianca, for your patience. If you would proceed.
It's my pleasure. Hello, everyone. My name is Bianca Bezdek. I am an entertainment attorney. I'm a New York attorney as well as an EU attorney. I specialize in film finance and structuring film funds. Ron Perlman and I actually have a history together because we met in the Czech Republic, since a lot of Runaway Productions ran there. Let me take a step back and introduce the company I'm affiliated with, Global Media Capital. I'm a partner in that company along with Warren Goss, as well as being a partner in a law firm called Bezdek, Goss and McMichael. Throughout my career, I have been brought, originally from New York, I was brought to Europe because that's where the industry went. On behalf of the Hollywood studios such as Paramount, New Line, and Universal, I have structured the investment of over 2.2 billion euro into films and film funds like the Harry Potter series, the Lord of the Rings trilogy, Lara Croft 1 and 2, Paycheck, Marcy X, The Fighting Temptations, the Malibu's Most Wanted. I could rack off another 20, but I think you understand my point. Very large and medium-sized films went to Germany because of a very aggressive tax incentive. And I can give you 2 case studies of my experience and testify to the fact that Germany was a success because of its tax opportunities, its tax incentives, and investments into the films I've mentioned occurred there. The Czech Republic was favored by a lot of producers and filmmakers because the production values were very high, the labor rules were very weak, and of course the location was stunning. It had a lot of new, large production facilities and post-production facilities, studios, and over the course of a decade, although films like Mission Impossible were filmed there, and Shanghai Nights, and The Bourne Identity, among many others, because there were no tax incentives for which I lobbied, unsuccessfully, unfortunately, no tax incentives were put into place. You've seen that a lot of productions have gone further east, particularly to Romania, to Bulgaria, to Macedonia, etc. And of course, here's the dichotomy. Germany did have that tax incentive, which was clearly a benefit, and the Czech Republic did not. Among some other things that I advised on were investments under the Euro Convention on Cinematic Co-Production, bilateral and multilateral co-production treaties, and I was focusing on that Central and Eastern European region and Germany until a federal act was put into place, Section 181 of the Jobs Creation Act, which of course brought my focus back to the States. So I got to run back home. It's a very particular time right now for the United States in trying to repatriate its runaway production. It's important, I urge, on a state level, that state-level tax incentives are put into place on the tail of what just occurred on the federal level. What our company, Global Media Capital, does is filmmakers around the country or around the world come to us and ask us to please, can you structure the budget? Help us, assist us in the structuring of covering as much of our budgetary items and needs as we can. We have talent attached, we have certain locations in mind that the intellectual property lends itself to. However, we don't really know how to monetize certain tax credits or other tax incentives. We don't really understand that much about them. So what we do is, with the assumption that there is a seamless integration that the intellectual property lends itself to a handful of locations, we advise you can get back to up to 20% of your budget by keeping, or 30% of your budget by keeping the production in the United States, so long as it falls within the confines of what a qualified production is under 181. And then we take a step further and we say, we recommend that you go to this state or that state because these credits are fully transferable. They're useful to you. These credits are monetizable. They're useful to you. And after making an assessment, that's really what for the filmmaker, we funnel them to the location because that is what is the determining factor between making a movie or not making a movie sometimes. Talent has a window of opportunity, and if the budget is not in place through traditional investment means, then it's the soft funding that makes all the difference.
Hi. I wanted to talk about also some specifics in your legislation, your proposed legislation that I've seen, and Bianca's right in what she says. We direct productions to specific states. Right now we have 181 that incentivizes the United States, so we can get productions now from Canada, Hungary, and other places around the world back to the U.S. Now the trick is for us to find which state to put these productions into. And there we break down who has the best incentives. And looking at your proposed legislation, the 30% credit and the transferability of that credit is key. That can get us large portions of the budget. Being in Connecticut, Great proximity to New York is also key. Having great studios. We can now refer, with this in place, we can now refer our productions to Connecticut. But two other points here on your, that we have to applaud you guys for leaving out in your proposals, and your proposed legislation is, number one, the lack of a cap and the lack of a sunset provision. What this allows us to do is really stabilize Connecticut as a state. We can say unequivocally, come to Connecticut, you don't have to worry about caps being the first or so on. Everybody, take your productions really blindly, we can say this, to a place like Utopia where you will have a 30% tax credit. You can finance a large portion of your budget there. You don't have to worry about first come, first serve with a cap. And you don't have to worry about delays in the budget, delays in your shooting and so on, because there won't be a sunset. So we'd like to applaud you for that. And I think with the framework that you have in place, what we do in our business, we can safely say that we can bring a lot of productions over to Connecticut. In the last month, I've redirected a couple of projects. Number one, to Massachusetts, a Marissa Tomei project who's attached, and I've also directed a Lisa Kudrow project to Louisiana. These are projects that were slated to be in Connecticut, to be filmed in Connecticut and Hungary, respectively. Both of those projects are projects that I could have, if we had Utopia in place and the tax framework that you have established, I could have referred those both to Connecticut. And when it's in place, that's what we would intend. That's what we would do.
I wanted to raise one other point, the wage tax credit provision. I wanted to, again, commend the decision makers on incorporating that provision. I do agree that it is central to incentivizing local jobs, local talent, and cultivating a local industry. It will, in my experience, I've seen provisions as such change a location industry to a local industry. And there were points raised as to how exactly that could be done. That is a means of keeping the industry homegrown and expanding it. And then you find that the trickle-down benefit to that is it does build and strengthen the greater infrastructure.
Kim, did you have a question?
I think it's also setting up. The last point we should touch on is the setting up of the, of your film office, which I think is important for producers to be able to get on a website and then from there actually make a phone call into some live people who can answer questions. That's something that's important. And I think just going back to the lack of a cap and the lack of a sunset, what's going to happen is that within a few years, Connecticut, what happens is we're very specialized and we know where to direct people, but most producers just know generally where to go. Louisiana has a nice credit, another state has a nice credit. That's where you want to get Connecticut, to the point where you don't want to have a situation like Hawaii where people are up in the air and they're saying, okay, there's a cap. There are all sorts of, where producers go there and have an experience where they can't get what they thought they could get. You want to lure people in. They'll have great studios, and if they can get the percentages of their budget that they think, then blindly within a few years, everybody will just mention Connecticut in the same breath that they mention Louisiana. And I think that's what your goal should be. I think with this proposed legislation, you're in a perfect spot if you adopt it in this form to do that.
Representative Stables.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your testimony, and I have many more questions than I will use today. I'll just ask one or two. But if you imagine you're in our situation where you see a lot of states that are doing this in New York City, and I read in the article today that California is looking at changing theirs to be competitive with New York, and you can imagine there'll be many states that will be looking to continue to up the ante in terms of what they're offering. And so we're trying to be smart with our money and do the right thing and invest it the right way. And I guess I would just ask you, when we're trying to evaluate that, one of the things that seems difficult is to get it seems difficult to have real tangible measurements of the benefit to the state. A lot of them seem to be downstream. I know in New York they have pretty modest credits compared to all the states that I've seen, and yet they say they have $600 million in expenditures that have been made in New York City as a result of their 10% production credit and the 5% city credit. And I'm just wondering if you can help us by giving us some way that you would suggest that we measure the benefit in a more concrete way. I know that there are job creations, but I guess I wonder sometimes, are the jobs transient jobs? I mean, how do you measure jobs when people come in for a week? Is it, how do you have ongoing employment that you measure? And what other tools would you suggest that we as a state use to measure the success of our investment, to help us justify making the investment that we're talking about?
I think the best tool will be job creation. Here you'll have a situation where you'll have, I mean, you're lucky to have something like Utopia where they're trying to be ambitious, and from there you can see that if you have your credit established, you'll have the productions come into those type of facilities, and you'll see from there job creation, and I think that's really the best way to measure what you're going to see. I think you'll also see the number of movies, the number of movies go into states and so on, into this state increase. I think that's another measurement that you'll see. But I think in Connecticut, job creation is going to be the key measurement.
Chairman, and then I'll leave it. But I guess the question I have is, if you look at, states are spending, like in Louisiana, I'm sure you've read their recent studies. I mean, they're not getting revenue back, they're getting expenditures and jobs. I mean, they're spending revenue out in terms of credits, and they're creating jobs and sort of downstream revenue. And I guess I have a hard time with the job measurement. I'm not sure how you would measure that, and how you would, if we want to create an ongoing industry as opposed to just jobs that come in for a week and go out. Is there a way that you could think of that we could really track that and know that the money we're investing is producing something that's lasting?
Well, I mean, two things, I think. One, what you're seeing is and 181 is also an example of when you have a tax like that, you're taking tax breaks from one hand and you're putting it into the hands of labor, of wages, of people who are really losing their job. So I think what you're seeing there is a transfer of wealth in a sense, and you'll see a job, you'll see a job creation. You'll see a job creation there. So when Louisiana says that, maybe they're not seeing revenue increase, what they are seeing is they're seeing jobs that ordinarily would not be in Louisiana come to Louisiana. And then the second thing is what I said before, was that once Connecticut becomes a place where blindly producers can say, we can get 30% or 25% of their budget, when you combine that, you'll get the jobs, and you'll get the inflows, and establish an industry in Connecticut, as opposed to just a passing picture or so on.
And also to add to that, what happened on the heels of the Louisiana tax implementation, the incentives, I deal with a lot of attorneys day to day. And I find a lot of attorneys I deal with exceedingly are spending less time or are not any longer based in New York or Los Angeles. They've actually relocated. So, for example, the wage tax credit, though it would provide a sort of preferential status for the individuals that are originally residents here, it will also, I think, help serve individuals that otherwise wouldn't live here, because it provides this lucrative status of residency. And so when you see individuals relocating for that basis, again, it has that multiplier effect of it'll spur the real estate industry. They have to live somewhere. It'll spur the local economy in terms of the day-to-day entertainment, restaurants, etc. And that's where you get a multiplier effect.
And that's a great point. I mean, you might not be able to see that in an individual study, this causation is always hard to link in many different areas, statistically. But common sense dictates that when you have a place like Utopia that didn't exist before, and huge grounds or any of these other studios that didn't exist before, and the jobs are there, and the jobs that you create around them, studies sometimes don't pick that up, but you are creating an industry.
If you go onto a location, the pre-production time is several months. The production time can be several months in the post, depending on where along that production slate you are. If you spend 6 months, 9 months in a location, and you're backed up for your subsequent film in that location, there's a likelihood that the location, as attractive as Connecticut, will appeal to you. And that, again, will be the genesis of that flow-through effect I mentioned, originated by the wage tax credit.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a follow-up question to that, and then Senator LeBeau has a question. And if you could also, at the end of the committee meeting, be available for Representative Staples, the co-chair of Finance. He might have some additional questions off committee for you in reference to this as we craft the package, the incentive package moving forward. But for the benefit of our committee, and certainly for finance members that are here, if you could explain a little bit FTEs, full-time equivalents, and how they relate to the film industry as opposed to other industries, and in crafting this job generation. I think that, in fact, I know it's important in reference as a follow-up to Representative Staples.
Yeah, I think a lot of these measurements, again, have proven in other states not to be as accurate as they purport to be. I think you have to stay in crafting this really on the ground level, and I think that dictates really going in the direction that you're going, and I think and taking over a period of time, seeing the job creation that's been promised. And legislation can always be obviously retracted, but I think over time you're going to see the creation of an industry. And again, these are hard things to measure.
I look at the FTEs of full-time equivalents, and from information that I have, it seems that this is important when we look at the film or television production industry and how a film is produced and post-production of a film. And I have in some testimony here as an example, and I believe that this is important information in creating what this committee wants to create, both here in Commerce and Finance, establishing a base. 125 extras working for 2 days each, or 2 camera operators each working for 6 months. Both count as a single FTE, a full-time equivalent. This is based on data from the U.S. Census Bureau. MPAA estimates that in 2002, the film production industry, and this is not even post-production, directly employed 353,076 people nationwide and paid them $21.2 billion collectively. And that's, again, for the purposes of this committee, is production, and those aren't even the numbers for post-production. So it behooves this state, this committee, to grab a hold of that market and move forward. So thank you for your testimony, and hopefully it'll be available for Representative Staples after. Senator LeBeau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to, you probably haven't seen this, but I've got testimony in front of me from the Office of Policy and Management, Robert L. Generio, Secretary, who is a very important voice in our state, and a very level-headed man who is a former senator and is and basically writes the budget for the state of Connecticut. And he says, and just to pull this out of context, and I'm sure Bob will forgive me, but he says that this could be very expensive, and worse, may simply reward activity that has already taken place in Connecticut without creating a single new job. And I'd like to, I wanted to refer in looking at that, I also wanted to refer to the bill, and because it seems clear to me that there would be new jobs. When I read eligible, the definition of eligible production costs, and skipping some, but going to the holder of the intellectual property is either a company authorized to do business in the state or an individual who is a resident of the state. And this is the important part. 75% of the qualified production on which the intellectual property is based is produced in the state. And the development costs and the production tax credit derived therein are less than 35% of the actual cash expenditures from which the budget allocated for the production of the qualified production is in the state. So my feeling is that there are some, and I don't know if you've had a chance to actually read the bill, but there are some guidelines in the bill that will ensure that we are talking about new jobs and about an industry, frankly, that is not currently here. Could you comment on that?
Absolutely. I mean, the testimony that says that somebody said that, you might not create a job. I mean, I don't know.
Would otherwise be here. That's his
that
point.
would otherwise. I mean, that's just not true. I think, as I gave an example, I've pulled productions personally that were slated to be in Hungary or in Ireland to Massachusetts, and to say that those jobs would have otherwise been in Massachusetts if not for their aggressive 25% credit is just untrue. And, just sitting there in our offices in New York and the amount of productions, when I leave here, I'll go back, I'll speak to a number of producers, and, we're going to direct them as part of their budget on where they should go. And as you heard from the actors who were here before, nobody's ever heard of Connecticut, but I guarantee you, when you implement this legislation, jobs and productions will go to Connecticut that would otherwise not be there for the legislation that you guys will enact.
And I'd like to add to that.
Bianca?
I also find it somewhat incomprehensible that could be accurate, that statement, because, to give you a specific example, daily, this is what we do. We deal with tens of producers that come to us for guidance where to begin their scouting based on what makes numbers and cents. There are productions every day that are scheduled to shoot in California that they would have contemplated to go to, or it was intended for the production to be in New Orleans because that's where the scenes were actually placed as it is written. And they thought, okay, well, everything there is destroyed after Katrina, the facilities aren't there. But when we explain to them, regardless, if you can possibly work around that, this is going to be your NPV benefit, the net benefit of your budget, then they turn right back around and they insist on shooting there. So, and these are jobs that wouldn't have been there, and this is the key issue, that when a producer rides the fence on whether or not to play something, this is always the determining factor. And we are those that translate how that works to the producers. So
You are the bean counters. Thank you very much.
The bean counters and the directors. Representative Palakevich, I believe, and then Representative Alberts. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Just before you start, Representative, for the benefit of the people that are here, we are going to extend somewhat beyond 12:30 to allow some speakers that we still have on the public side to speak, along with officials, public officials. So, proceed, please.
Thank you. I just want to, good afternoon. I just want to ask the question in the following manner. For example, when my state university president comes before my community and presents like an economic forecasting report, he tells us how many jobs that there are in the local community, and then he talks about the indirect benefit with respect to the purchasing and how many dollars the students spend and how many dollars the faculty spends and how much the university spends in terms of contracts and things like that. I was wondering if because we're all trying to get a handle on what the cost benefit would be. So if we, in a 12-month period, if the state of Connecticut gave out $50 million worth of tax credits. Do you have a ratio or some kind of an estimate of what the direct benefit would be, say, in dollars, and what the indirect benefit would be based on your experience, say, or the experience of some of the states who have been doing this for a while, like Louisiana?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have that figure off the top of my head. We have a full report that our office has prepared that, at a later time I could get you, those statistics.
That would be very helpful. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I was just wondering if you had kind of even a ratio, kind of a sense in terms of X dollars investment produces Y dollars in benefit, and that's what I was looking at to your experience to see if you had.
I know that. I believe that there is. I mean, there have been different studies to try to nail that down. Some of them conflict, and I want to. Before I give you an answer on that, I'd like to, sort of.
If you could pass that information on, that would be extremely helpful, because we're all very supportive, and this is a very important issue for us, and we just want to make sure that we know to some extent what the risk and what the benefit would be of this kind of an effort. And thank you for your testimony.
I think that's wise, and we'd be happy to pass that on to the committee.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony.
Sure.
Thank you,
Pleasure.
Representative Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming here today. And hopefully after today, you'll refer lots of business to us in Connecticut. We had some discussion earlier about whether this type of endeavor should be under the focus of tourism or economic development. And I gather you regularly have contact in other states. Who do you contact in other states? Do the other states look at it as a tourism aspect, or do they look at it as an economic development initiative, or both?
Well, the states that have implemented this have film offices that, such as the one that you're creating, and that will be the central focus to producers and the nuts and bolts sort of aspect of bringing films here. The unique part when you get into the tourism, the unique part of some of the endeavors like Utopia is that you have that added dimension of tourism. So when you combine movies with tourism, you can see that that's worked obviously in California, and that's where some of the concerns that are brought in as using Connecticut as maybe just a one movie shoot, or a movie that you can refer here or there for a set, where you have an infrastructure where they're spending significant money to create tourism as a business and combine that with movie making. I think that's where you get the crossover.
So from your perspective, we'd be wise then to have tourism very closely linked, not necessarily have that office under a tourism office, but working in tandem with the tourism offices.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Thank you, Representative. Okay, thank you for your testimony.
It's our pleasure.
Thank you. The public officials section, I'd like to have Secretary of State Susan Bysowitz, please, for some comments.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, it's great to be here to testify in favor of the tax incentives for the film industry legislation, and I commend you for bringing it forward. I just wanted to share with you one aspect of this bill that I think has not been touched on yet, and it's this. We have over half of the young people that go to school outside of the state of Connecticut and never come back because of lack of job opportunities. And I wanted to share a story of a constituent of Senator LeBeau's and mine, a lady from South Windsor whose son will be graduating from film school in New York this year, and she was lamenting to me that he would never, ever come back to Connecticut. He was already making plans to go out to California. And it made me think of all the work that this committee and others have been doing to bring the film industry to Connecticut. There are so many young people, both in the construction fields, in the arts field, from Connecticut who are very talented, who deserve this tremendous opportunity. And I want to encourage the committee to bring this legislation forward, because I think Connecticut not only is blessed with many, many talented people, but also there are so many synergies. We have Solace and Waterford. We have beautiful, beautiful scenery in our state, and it would be a natural. Some questions have been asked about incentives for other states like Louisiana. Well, I think about Iowa, who is in the process of stealing our insurance industry from Connecticut bit by bit. Our companies from Connecticut have been going to Iowa, and it's because that state has been making a tremendous effort to appeal to particular industries. So we really have to be aggressive in Connecticut. We could provide a wonderful place on the East Coast for the film industry, and we should be out there aggressively fighting to bring that industry, because there are other states that are fighting to take away the industry that has traditionally been in our state. And so we need to be thinking outside the box, thinking about new industry and new places for the very, very talented young people that we have who are at the brink of leaving our state and going elsewhere. So I wanted to share that with you today, along with my support and my willingness to work on behalf of this legislation.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank
Thank
you for
you
your
so much.
comments. And again, you touch on an important point again of the insourcing of job growth in the state of Connecticut and the business component of this bill. Not only the glitz and the glamour, but the business component of it. And thank you for that reinforcement and comment. Any questions from the committee? Thank you, Madam
Thanks
Secretary.
so much.
Heidi Hamilton. She's from, she's at the one-person office in contract.
Good morning, Senator LeBeau, Representative Berger, Senator Cook, Representative Nojim, and Senator Stillman. My name is Heidi Hamilton, and I am the Film Division Director of the Commission on Culture and Tourism. I am pleased to be testifying on behalf of the Commission on House Bill 5797, an act concerning digital media and motion picture development in the state. The committee has copies of the testimony from the Commission's Executive Director, Jennifer Aniskowicz, who could not be here today due to a long-standing family commitment out of the country. In the interest of time, I'd like to summarize the key points of that testimony. It's an accepted fact that large studio productions are supported by tax credits available in the majority of the states. The reality is that out-of-state studios in the pre-production phase routinely factor in tax credits that account for 7 to 9% of their total production budget. The industry will gravitate to the location with the best incentives. Accordingly, states rightfully hope to trade tax revenue for jobs and sustainable economic activity. To do this, however, the tax incentive legislation must be carefully targeted to maximize the intended benefits. There are areas of the bill that are problematic that we think do not target the intended benefits. For example, 5797 proposes competitive production credits of 25% and 30%. However, the bill's threshold of $50,000, which allows for unlimited creative content and pre-production activity, is, generally speaking, supporting riskier and speculative aspects of the industry. A more targeted approach is to create a commercial production credit. This credit will serve to encourage the retention of an industry whose continued growth can provide stability to a cyclical industry. New York is currently considering a commercial production credit. In Georgia, they also have a commercial production credit, and they add uplifts, so to speak, to multiple productions that come into the state to shoot commercials. And so that production company earns additional credits the more productions that they shoot. The bill's language does not include a star exception, meaning that a salary for the headliner talent as well as the director is included in calculating the credit. This can serve to balloon a tax credit, especially in the legislation which is before us that contains no caps on this or other proposed credits. In the absence of caps, Connecticut will be unable to control or even estimate the bill's fiscal impact. House Bill 5797 proposes an investor tax credit for reinvestments of revenue from a qualified production. It is unclear how this credit would be taken or how the state would ensure that the funding to be invested was actually derived from a qualified production. The proposed wage tax credit for productions in which 100% of the employees are Connecticut residents appears to suggest a 50% credit against employment taxes. While some states do include a wage credit provision, this portion of the bill appears to violate the Commerce Clause of the Constitution because of the requirement that 100% of the employees reside in Connecticut. Moreover, by including wages in both the calculation of production and wage credit, a production might qualify for a credit totaling 80%. What might be considered or added to the wage credit provision is a mechanism linking the credit to the training and development of Connecticut's labor force. It's not enough to penalize non-resident labor when the ultimate goal is to increase employment opportunities for residents. For example, Manitoba, Canada has a labor credit based on the use of Manitoba labor. However, in those instances where non-Manitoban labor is used, a production is still eligible to take the credit if it provides an on-site training opportunity for Manitoban labor. We see these kinds of apprentice programs in the construction industry, and they might very well work here. The new bureaucracy. The creation of yet another commission housed within CCT, but with no oversight by the Connecticut Commission on Tourism, is problematic and impacts the economic synergies that presently exist within the agency. For example, New Jersey has already started incorporating soprano shoots in tourism in New Jersey.
If you could summarize, please.
The definitions of qualified productions and eligible development and production costs are much broader than those used in other states. These broad definitions could lead to runaway losses for the state. For example, the inclusion of trailers, video teasers, and demos created primarily for securing investment is the most disturbing because it unnecessarily expands the definition of pre-production expenses. Such expenses should not be state-financed, but rightfully borne by the investor that is willing to take the initial step to support a concept that may not result in a final production. Connecticut stands to gain jobs and generate economic growth if it adopts competitive tax incentives for film production. Incentives should be carefully calculated to achieve specific benefits. We need to minimize the loss of valuable state tax revenue while building a sustainable infrastructure that will support both indigenous productions and out-of-state revenue-generating productions. House Bill 5797 is a step towards much-needed incentives. Incentives must be easy to calculate, simple to use, and designed to sustain economic growth.
Heidi.
We are happy to work with the legislator to achieve these objectives.
Thank you, Heidi. Thank you for your summarization. Heidi, just one question I have to ask you, and I guess if you could think unterritorially, so to speak. There's been testimony of this new entity being placed in DECD as opposed to culture and tourism. And looking at the benefit of the taxpayers of the state of Connecticut and the best placement of this new entity, and I know it's difficult for you given the fact that you are associated with culture and tourism, but I guess for the benefit of the committee, briefly, why you feel the placement there is appropriate.
The placement is appropriate because the legislature in 2003 spent a great amount of time analyzing what would be the economic synergies by combining history, tourism, film, and art. As we've heard spoken here already, Utopia, as well as North Stonington, are thinking of creating not just entities that will promote the film business, but entertainment complexes. So when we look at a place like southeastern Connecticut that is attempting to identify ways to diversify its economic base, it's entertainment. And entertainment is part of culture, it's part of art, it's part of tourism. The synergies that currently exist allow us to take advantage of historic sites that exist in Connecticut and allow cross-pollination pollination among the four entities. The film office was in the Office of Economic Development, and I'm not sure exactly how much was accomplished there. I think in the umbrella of the 4 agencies, you will maintain the economic synergies that you decided in 2003 that were important.
Okay, thank you.
I would just like
Senator
to
LeBeau.
comment on that and say, I agree with your testimony, but on the other hand, that's not what this bill is about. It's not a, it's about tax credits and tax incentives for the production, pre-production, and post-production of films, which is not entertainment. There may be other entertainment that we look at, or that does spin off. I mean, Utopia is talking about that, but that's not what this bill is about.
Your comments are well taken,
If you'd
Senator LeBeau.
like to comment on that, I want to give you a chance.
Well, currently, the Connecticut Commission on Culture and Tourism has a history division. That division issues tax credits. It is a combination of evaluating a budget, determining if that budget warrants the tax credit, and then issuing the tax credit. So currently, we already do that and are perfectly qualified to do that here in this particular bill. A film office identifies locations, supports the industry, which is what we're currently doing right now. We have on-location staff, we have that. We have a online production guide, we have a location gallery, and we're about to upgrade our location gallery to a web-based location gallery so that it'll have access to any location scout, any place in the world can go online and identify locations. So I'm not sure that placing the office in a different office gives you any real advantage. In fact, I haven't heard any advantage really articulated up to this point.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And an opportunity to plead your case. We can move to the public portion. You're going to be timed at 3 minutes of your testimony. Excuse me? Yes. That person is going to go under the public portion. Jean Zanecki. Is Jean Zanecki there?
You signed up in the wrong place.
Afternoon.
Good morning or good afternoon.
Thank you.
My name is Gene Zarnecki. I'm the owner of a small production company, Czar Productions in Hartford, and I would just like to support the proposal in most of the points, especially for the tax credits. I'm basically an independent producer, director, and for the small guys, you know, the future of the possibilities of Utopia and North Stonington and Sonolist and Tripeg and the other studios, the small guys like to have those established areas where we can do the post-production work of qualified professionals. And basically as we hope to succeed in the business, the small fellows like to just do the best job possible. And basically, the tax credit incentives for bigger productions and would help us greatly, and that's basically my belief and support. I really have nothing else right now.
Okay, Gene, thank you for your comments, and you know, certainly anything we can do here in this committee, we're looking forward to the expansion and the establishment of that foundation, so thank you.
Thank you.
Lawrence Clark from Sonolist. And thank you for your brevity. Yeah, if you have a panel from Sonolist, they can certainly come up together.
I think I'll start. Good afternoon, Senator LeBeau and Representative Berger and members of the committee. I couldn't resist coming up here talking. I wasn't planning on it, but I wanted to address a couple things that have been addressed today. Incidentally, we have submitted...
Mr. Clark, for the purposes of the clerk, if you could
yes,
both
please.
say your names, please.
Good morning. I'm Andy. Good afternoon. I'm Andy Torriello. I'm President and Chief Executive Officer of Sonolist. And Larry Clark is with me. Larry is Chairman of the Board and Chief Financial Officer. We have submitted written testimony that has a number of details. But I wanted to talk a little bit in general in response to some of the things that were mentioned earlier today. I also invite every member of the committee down to take a look at the studios. Sonlist is a 32-year-old company, 33-year-old company in Waterford, Connecticut. We started as a defense firm. Both Larry and I are former nuclear submariners, directly out of the submarine force to Sonlist. I've been there about 30 years. In the post-Cold War era, we were casting about to try and keep our employee-owned company growing. And we had the good fortune, right at the end of the Cold War, to help Paramount Pictures with the Hunt for Red October. We helped with special sound effects. Our name derives from sonar analysts, and so we are expert at sound. And the only Oscar Paramount won was for special sound effects. So we thought that, it's pretty easy, so maybe we had to look at this in the post-Cold War era, because we knew the defense budget was going to take a nosedive, as it did. It lost 40% of its buying power in the decade of the 90s. We actually weren't so cavalier. We researched it and realized that the entertainment industry was growing, and by the end of the 90s became the #1 export of the country. And so when we started to build our infrastructure, we actually built 6 buildings during the decade of the 90s, one about every 18 months related to the media industry. We did our homework, as we do on every aspect of our business. And I personally visited, and a number of our people visited, every major studio in this country before we elected to build our first soundstage. We hired Universal Studios to help us. And inevitably, when I left those studios after meetings, people would hand me their resumes. And they'd say, when you have enough work, let me know, because I want to come back there to raise my family. I don't want to raise them in Los Angeles. I want to raise them in the New England environment. I'm not from New England, or I am from New England, and I want to go back there. But I'm not from New England. I visited. It's beautiful. I want to live there. I want that to be where I raise my family. When we built our studios, as I said, we're experts at sounds. Spielberg had these kind words to say when Amistad was there. He said these are the best and most efficient studios he ever worked in. And despite having those studios, just because we built it didn't mean they will come, or they came. We had to basically give our studios to Spielberg as an incentive. We created our own incentive for him to shoot that there. We made $5,000 on the entire time that he was there. Shot all the interiors of Amistad. He spent $1 million in the community. We did that to attract it to southeastern Connecticut. We provided the incentive, and we're glad we did. We need to level the playing field. We have great studios, but we aren't able to attract films because we're surrounded by states that have those incentives, and Canada to our north that have these incentives. We're not playing on a level playing field. We have lost many productions. One cited in our testimony that just went to Missouri. Very dear friend doing a commercial, doing a film, a family film, that we could not match the money he got out of the transferable tax credits in Missouri. Senator Cook asked a question about the unions. I believe we will have growth of the film industry professionals in the area. If we have these incentives, people will move here. We have to ask you to wrap up. We will have a number of those families come, and Sonlist has had those people come. They come, they raise their families here, they buy homes, they buy cars, and these incentives will enable that to happen. We will grow population, not lose population.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clark.
We'd like to point out a couple key things in the bill as drafted, and I might add that we've got in our testimony, we've got a couple graphics that you may want to look at. This is the production facility at Sonlist, and you've got a copy of that in your map, in your package. These are some of the awards that the company has won for commercial work that we've done in recent years. None for films, other than the Hunt for Red October, and the reason for that is because films don't come to Connecticut, and the reason for that is because there's been a Mack truck driving through the country and the world establishing incentives for this industry. And you can see in the chart that we have in the package, the incentives, this is based on data from the Motion Picture Association of America. They don't take responsibility for saying who's better or who's worse. We did that ourselves based on the data that they gave us, and it's already out of date. It doesn't include some incentives. I know Maine is considering Whiten Run right now, and so is Iowa, and Missouri doesn't show up on there as particularly powerful, but it is, as a matter of fact, because of it isn't across the board, but in targeted areas it's quite good. And this is the map of what it looks like in New England. We're surrounded by New York, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island, all with very strong incentive packages. New York, as Representative Staples said earlier, is not as good as the other two states in the region here, but they're New York, and New York has some advantages just from being New York, locations and the very thoroughly established crew base there. And of course, this chart doesn't show Canada on it, which has been mentioned substantially. The parts of the bill that we care most about, that we think are most important, are in Section 9, dealing with the transferable tax credit, the 25% credit and the 30% transferable credit, which can be carried forward for 3 years and transferred to another taxpayer, is the heart of the matter for us. There are other provisions that we have discussed in the bill. We think it's important that there be a strong advocate in Hartford for the film industry. Our principal opinion with that has not been mentioned here, and we're pleased to see in the bill that the Department of Revenue Service is not going to have a role in the issuing of regulations. We think that that's the wrong entity, and we applaud the fact that they don't appear here. It needs to be an organization that's designed to nurture the industry, and that's just not what the DRS's institutional role is. We also like the open architecture and the definition of qualified production. It's very broad. We have talked with several of you and others of your colleagues about the fact that that's necessary. A year ago, one of your colleagues, I mentioned the word podcasting, and individual had never heard it before, and this was a couple months ago. Well, a year ago, none of us had heard it, and yet now episodic stuff is starting to show up on it, and cell phones too, and digital media is going to be showing up on your new television sets in no time at all if it's not already. We want to be open architectured on that so that the availability of this stuff doesn't depend on what we've figured out today, and rather is able to move with the time. So a very broad definition is important, and the authority to issue regulations to expand that definition if it turns out to be too narrow is a good thing. We're also pleased that the obscene material is excluded from the bill. We think that's very important. One thing I would also add is, and I think this is perhaps controversial in the industry, there may be people with different points of view on it. We think that you might want to consider raising the minimum amount for the 25% credit, and raise it from $50,000 to say $250,000 or some other number. If you look at other states, generally you'll see a bigger number. We think there are a couple reasons for that. One is that there is a considerable amount of production at that level that takes place. We do some of that, and others do too, and we're not convinced, maybe you'll have better data than we do, but we're not convinced that you're not going to be providing an incentive for something that's going to happen on its own anyway at that low level. However, we do think that the small businesses that do that lower level of work will nevertheless benefit from the higher level. At $250,000 or $1 million, the small production organizations will still be getting jobs. They'll be part of the crew base that's used to do production, pre-production, production, and post-production. So it's not that people won't benefit, it's that we think that there is a cost to the state at that level, and also a lot of bureaucracy. If you're going to have smaller productions like that, then a good deal of the time of the organization that you set up to provide the coordination with the industry is going to be spent dealing with those things, and their time would be better spent working on getting big projects to come, because that's not coming here. The big projects simply don't come to this state. Once again, as Andy said, we would be thrilled to have you all visit us, and some of you have. Kathy Cook has, and Andrew Stillman, of course, and others. The speaker came to our facility here a while back, and Betsy Ritter, our local representative, and we'd be happy to have any of the rest of you or any of your other colleagues, and we'd be pleased to meet one-on-one or in groups if that would be helpful for any of you. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Any questions by members of the committee? Brief questions, brief answers. We're looking forward at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Harry Hubble, followed by Wayne J. Holmes.
We had you on the wrong list.
Howdy, how are you?
We understand you're a commissioner from CCAT, so you have...
I am. My name is Harvey Hubble V. I'm a lifelong resident of Connecticut. Been in the film industry for 25 years, and I am the chairman of the Film Committee for CCT, Culture, Tourism. I want to thank Chairman Berger, Chairman LeBeau, and all the Commerce Committee for having us here. I also want to thank Jim Amann, the Speaker, for working so hard, as well as the Governor for supporting what we're doing here. We see that this is bipartisan. It's bipartisan where all these states come together with incentives. The reason that is because it's good. It's good for people, it's good for jobs. I just got in from Costa Rica where I was working on a documentary about 2 days ago. I signed a letter that you guys will find, about 30 Connecticut filmmakers, including Sam Waterston, Joe Pantiola, Tony Goodwin, Jerry Adler, have signed it. Besides this room and a couple films being shot right now, the majority of Connecticut filmmakers, I say, are probably at a train station someplace in Fairfield County, going to New York right now, where they're working, paying taxes. Their families live in Connecticut. That's where they have their house. That's where the kids go to school. But they go off. Sometimes they get apartments down there. Who are they? They're writers. They're directors. They're producers and cameramen. One of the things, I don't want to talk very long. There's a lot of people in this room a lot smarter than me. Things that I want to just touch base with is I do believe that there's industry here. We're not a very deep crew base here, but there's industry. I was at the press conference for Stepford Wives. Frank Oz said how happy he was to be able to work in the same state, see his kids get on the school bus and come to work. There are many celebs. There are many directors that all live here. They'd like to work here. These are the people, I mean, they're going to qualify for residency, right, guys? I also want to go in and say, we have all of these students. Where do they go to? They go out to the West Coast. When they go out to the West Coast, they were educated here. And they all want to come back here. I've been on the back lots of Warner Brothers where they have a New England Village. I mean, come on. Let's get real here. We're sending off so many of our young people to go off and work someplace else when we have the industry right here. We're a train ride away from one of the largest production facilities in the world. Why can't we bring it here? Same with our post-production. How much industry does it need once you get the machinery and the equipment and you put it in there? These are the jobs that will be around here all the time. One last thing I'd like to say is if a film comes through, everybody, they get a little work here. The hardware store guy makes, some extra money here. The locations might pick up something. Once the studio sets up, it's almost like an anchor store. With the anchor store comes other businesses. Acting schools, grip and electric, sound companies. I mean, we really are talking about an industry that everybody's talking about growing it. It's here. We just have to bring our people home.
Okay, thank you for your patience, and sorry for the mix-up on
No
the
problem.
schedule.
Thank you, Harvey.
Thanks,
Any
Harvey.
questions? Thank you.
Next is Wayne J. Holmes.
Hello, my name is Wayne Holmes. I'm the president of New England Film Association, and I'm very pleased to be here to witness Connecticut, and in fact all New England, moving forward this creative new film and media industry. My hopes for this new film office that we stay focused on an objective. That is booming film and media economy within 4 years. This is an important goal to meet, and it's important that we have a goal so we can all work together. We have Sonalist, a beautiful studio that has been painstakingly put together with some of the finest digital imaging equipment available and sound stages that rival the greatest Hollywood has to offer. We have North Stonington Studios, which I think will be an incredible asset as a film and television studio complemented by Frank Capra Jr., the one man responsible for creating North Carolina's film industry literally from the ground up. When you talk about Microsoft, you don't talk about Microsoft, you talk about Bill Gates. When you talk about the third largest film economy in the U.S., one name enters the equation, Frank Capra Jr. Connecticut should feel very proud and very lucky to have this man here and extend out to find his experience and his expertise in sharing his prowess in developing film and media and helping us to look into the future. Connecticut should be very proud of ESPN and the presence of the mother company, Disney. What makes this so applicable here, and what makes the industry so it'll work here, is that in southeastern Connecticut, you're going to see a cluster of studios grouping together. Once you have a cluster like this, then it formulates. Then that begins, you start seeing the beginning and the emergence of a film industry center. And this is where all the support systems prop up. All the support systems like prop rental houses, equipment rental houses, all the services that supply these things are all little businesses that work with it. Senator Cook had made mention that, well, what do we do about the locals? One local's out of New York, one local's out of Boston. They seem to, their area of influence seems to end right on that border. Actually, that's an asset because it leaves you a lot of room for negotiating and a lot of the points that are necessary in order to get through. A lot of Connecticut jobs can be evaluated and stated. Yukon puts out a lot of film and media professionals that can be utilized in this new industry. The fact that Sonalist and North Stonington Studios and Utopia Studios are close together comprise a film television industrial park which creates a film economy. And it's also a question of balance. So we have this new film economy that's being set up in southeastern Connecticut. Why is it important that Connecticut focus on this? Well, Western Connecticut, on the border of New York, has already have a strong film economy there. The center over on the eastern section now puts a balance. The state of Connecticut is now a predominant force and should be recognized with a strong plan to get the film economy moving in 4 years from the state house level. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Any questions for committee member? Thank you. Brian Kovalars, followed by Alejandro Calvo, followed by Ellen Skeleton.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your consideration. I'm Brian Kovalars. I'm a director of photography that's based down in Norwich. Defense contractor. My company's been out there for over a couple decades now, and I've been in the industry for well over 30 years. Also very involved in economic development in southeastern Connecticut, chair of the downtown NRZ in Norwich, and countless committees. But I'm very supportive of the bill, but I'd like to point out just a very small add that I would like to see tweaked in. The film industry in Connecticut is more than just larger studios. They're complemented with numerous small independent operations. In January, at a business roundtable with the Secretary of State, it was noted that micro and small businesses were the primary economic drivers in the state. That impact is growing daily. I say let's capitalize on their strengths. These are the folks that are entrepreneurial. They move, they're agile, they're seeking out business. Is there not a way potentially of building something within here for those companies that are small cap to be able to capture business from out of state and have it potentially be cumulative if it's a small cap company versus a single project, so that over the course of a year, you could end up building in this type of thing The idea is that the idea of the smaller number works. Why does it work? It works because the small businesses, the small filmmakers, it creates a buzz in the industry. It tells the rest of the community out there in New York, in Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and beyond, that Connecticut is good to do film production in. And that's the buzz we want to create for the state. Bring them in. And your entrepreneurs are the ones to help you do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee members? Okay, thank you. Alejandro Calvo, followed by Ellen Skeletar, followed by Jody Riccio.
Thank you, committee members and the speaker. First of all, I'd like to apologize. I'm a bit underdressed. This is my first hearing. I was here a few weeks ago for a public discussion, and that was certainly more casual.
Not your looks.
Okay, good. Let me begin also by saying how wonderful it is for an individual filmmaker like myself to be able to come up here and testify alongside other larger companies. I think it makes me really appreciate our democracy, so thank you. That being said, I am a new filmmaker. Over the last 2 years, I've produced, written, and directed 4 short films, all in Connecticut. Within that time, I've written 2 feature scripts, the first of which is a finalist at the Tribeca All Access Connects program and is currently being supported by Karen Baldwin of Baldwin Entertainment Group. One of the things as I read over the legislation, the thing that I think is perhaps most important to somebody like myself to make films in the state is, which you guys definitely have in there, is the transferability of the tax credit. And I ask that in any compromise bill that ends up coming out of negotiations between you guys and the governor, that is the one element that stays in there. Again, I can't, everything else is really nice, but that is definitely the most important for somebody like myself to be able to raise funds for an independent film. The other thing I'd like to talk about briefly is I heard a couple of you mention how can we differentiate, how can we make Connecticut stand out from the other states? And I didn't hear a lot of response to that, but I was very pleased to see you guys use the verbiage of digital technology in your bill, because I think high definition digital video is really the future of filmmaking. And to tout that as much as possible, perhaps offer an increased incentive for film productions that use digital technology would allow Connecticut to enter the field at a the digital realm has democratized the film industry and has kind of allowed a more level playing field. So as you look at the other states and you wonder, are we behind? We aren't in terms of digital technology. As a matter of fact, in LA, they're still doing a lot of things. They've been a little reluctant to embrace the digital production aspects of filmmaking. So I think to continue to tout those aspects of filmmaking, I think would only be of benefit. And lastly, I'll just mention that in addition to supporting the studio system for the production of film, it's important to encourage local filmmakers. Filmmakers that have a reason to want to stay in Connecticut as they make their films, and not just try to seek out the production of films that are just going to chase the next great tax incentive. And I think the way you do that is you begin at the root level and you foster local talent, because as local filmmakers grow into larger and larger budget films, eventually you're commanding $80 million films, and you could bring that work to here in Connecticut. So again, I think that that's about it for me, but thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. And in your comment on the transferability, we know and we hear you on the importance of that and keeping that within the context of the bill moving forward, because that is something, an entity within the bill that does set us apart. So it's our intention, certainly moving forward, to certainly not touch that, or actually the bill that comes out of here probably, hopefully, will be clean. Representative Nugent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your time. You are correct in one statement. I asked the question about how do we distinguish Connecticut from other states? And you are correct again. I did not receive a straight answer for it. So in your opinion, and you are an independent filmmaker,
Yes.
Digital photography, if it exists in Connecticut, anybody can improve it, and anybody can adopt it in any other state.
Yeah.
So let me ask you the question. How can we distinguish Connecticut from other states? Maybe the independent filmmaker will be able to give me an answer that more seasoned people were not able to give.
Yeah, the thing that drives this industry more than anything else is content. And it all goes back to the screenplay and having good content being produced in the state. Content that is commercially viable and ultimately is successful. And if you were to encourage filmmaking and local filmmakers to produce their films here, and occasionally you get a Chris Nolan, for example, somebody that went from making $2-3 million films, just did Batman Begins, you perhaps will get with that somebody that cares passionately about the state and brings that kind of revenue to the state. But yes, you're right, digital allows anybody to create content. That's the truth. But talent is not something you can find everywhere. So we need to foster local talent.
Okay, but talent can go anywhere and can come from anywhere. And I think what you are saying here, please correct me if I make a wrong statement. What you are saying in here, we are trying to promote the pride of Connecticut people in Connecticut and keep the talent here, just give them incentives to keep them here rather than going anywhere, even though the incentives may be better or similar elsewhere.
Yeah, I'll use this as an example. The feature script I mentioned has a budget of $3 million. And it's a film that currently has some very high-profile producers attached to it and a lot of interest. I also have the interest of an up-and-coming actor that's been in a lot of current release films. That being said, I've been told that as a first-time writer-director, I won't have much control over where that production gets made. The place I keep hearing is Manitoba, Canada, Winnipeg. I'd much rather have that film made in Connecticut. It's written, it takes place in Connecticut. I have a family in Connecticut. It is in my best interest to see that that film gets made here. And as a matter of fact, everything I write is taking place in Connecticut. My second script's also located in Connecticut. So I would much rather produce those films here. But again, I won't have, as a first-time writer-director, I won't have a lot of control over where that gets made. But if you guys pass legislation that's competitive, I can possibly work with Sonolis or another one of the major studios here that we're talking about having here. That would certainly be my preference.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you for your testimony. Ellen Skeletar, followed by Jody Riccio, followed by Dan Griffin.
Good afternoon, Representative Berger and members of the committee. My name is Ellen Skeletar, and with me today is Henry Quillen. We are testifying on behalf of Connecticut Voices for Children and its partner lobbying organization, Advocates for Connecticut's Children and Youth. We appreciate that this committee is looking to encourage and expand the movie, TV, and apparently video game production industries in Connecticut in the hopes of meaningful job creation. As you consider the potential benefits of this bill, we ask that you also include the long-term perspective of Connecticut's children and consider certain issues raised by House Bill 5797. Mr. Quillen will address some of those issues, and the others are in our written testimony that we've submitted. Thank you.
The two main issues I'd like
You
to...
could identify yourself.
Yeah, my name is Henry Quillen. I'm a student at Yale Law School, and I do some work with Connecticut Voices for Children. Henry Quillen, Q-U-I-L-L-E-N.
Thank you.
The two issues I'd like to talk about are the extraordinary generosity of this bill and the success of these tax credits being actually a double-edged sword. as you know, for large productions, this bill will allow a 30% credit for production, pre-production, and post-production, with a 50% reinvestment credit and a wage credit on top of that. This is by far the most generous package any state in the nation is offering. We've gone beyond bidding against other states with this bill to bidding against ourselves, in effect. Illinois, which had a much more limited credit, a 25% credit against the first $25,000 of wages of any Illinois resident working on a production, managed to triple their production budgets within 3 years. That is a far more limited credit than we have today. Because ours is so generous, it's very hard to budget. When Louisiana enacted its tax package in 2002, we've heard a lot about Louisiana today, they estimated that it would cost $2.5 million a year. Now it is costing $59 million a year. In effect, legislators in Louisiana, without knowing it, created a permanent $56 million hole in the state's budget. We are going to run the same risk today without more accurate fiscal projections. There's just no way to budget this tax credit as it is written now. There are different ways to limit it. We could limit it the way Illinois did on a per production basis, a per salary basis, or put an overall cap on it. It's really up to the General Assembly. Even the supporters of the Louisiana credit say that it produces no more than 30 to 33 cents back in additional state revenue for every dollar the state gives up. Now, because of that, this requires actual trade-offs when we're talking about the cost of this bill. There are programs like healthcare and education that mean a lot to not only Connecticut's children, but Connecticut's economy, that we're going to have to trade off depending on the size of this bill and the generosity of these credits. We are pleased to answer any questions you have.
I think as a follow-up to your concerns, when you look at the potential benefit of these credits, aren't we looking at revenue that this state would not necessarily be able to gain? If we're going to provide this benefit, we're providing a benefit of a gain that we don't have right now. And what are the ancillary equivalents to that benefit?
The fact that this benefit is transferable means that's not entirely accurate. Because you could transfer these tax credits to someone else unrelated to the motion picture industry or to television or video games who has a tax bill, a businessman in Connecticut who has a large tax bill will go to a tax credit broker and purchase these tax credits through this broker from a company that has run up these tax credits. So it is actual money that the state would have otherwise collected.
Okay.
May I add to that response, Representative Berger? On the front page of the New York Times today was an article assessing the New York City and New York State programs to enhance the film industry, and it was a very successful program based on their tax credits. It spurred quite a bit of growth, but it caused the state and city to expend the money they had allotted for this program for the next 4 to 5 years in a single year. And this is a quote from the article, and they've said, "It is not clear if new business spurred by the program is making up the difference." We think that's the really difficult part of this is it's very hard to know, and there are not adequate measures and protections in the bill to be sure that we assess whether or not the state is getting the return on what could be a very sizable investment of state monies.
Yes, and to answer to that, I believe that within the context of the bill, the Commission will report back on the viability of the program and the benefits of these credits to both committees of cognizance, Commerce, and Finance, Revenue, and Bonding, and moving forward. So we do, within the context of the bill, I believe, have a check and balance. But just as a follow-up, though, it was somewhat of a concern in your statement, and obviously you can tell me if I'm wrong or right here, that if we do this bill, I thought you might have alluded to this, but might try to make it a little clearer for me, that in doing this bill, we are neglecting the children's benefits and other programs that we as a General Assembly do and continue to do and be committed to in the state of Connecticut. So maybe I was wrong in what I heard, that this bill is going to ruin all that? Or?
No, I'm certainly not questioning anyone's commitment to children.
Thank you.
The limiting factor here is the balanced budget. Because this will impose a net cost on the state, if we have to balance the budget, then by force we either have to cut expenditures elsewhere or raise taxes elsewhere. That's what I was referring to.
Thank you.
And if I may just add to that as well.
Absolutely.
Our concern is, since we are advocates for children, that in the past, it is, if the past is prologue to the future, in the past what we've seen many times is very deep cuts in programs for children in healthcare and education, and programs that really benefit the long-term economic viability of the state when we're faced with choices, and choices that often result from tax cuts.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Jody Riccio, followed by Dan Griffin, followed by Scott O'Hara.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jody Dominic Riccio. I live in Portland, Connecticut with my husband and 10-year-old son. I work as a script supervisor primarily on feature films. As a script supervisor, I work on the film set, serving as the director's second set of eyes and ears, the editor's liaison between filming and editing, and as the continuity supervisor who catches those bloopers, such as a full glass one moment becoming a half-empty glass the next. I love my job, and I would love to do my job in Connecticut. Unfortunately, in the 4 years that I have worked as a script supervisor, I have found the job opportunities in Connecticut to be very limited. So I work in New York. Every year, some independent feature films shoot in Connecticut. However, in my experience, if they pay at all, they pay very little. And I have worked on some of these films because I want to work in Connecticut, not to speak of being able to sleep in my own bed and see my husband and son on a daily basis. Larger budget films that shoot in the state usually come in for a small portion of their shooting schedule and bring a script supervisor as well as many other crew members with them. So I work in New York, and I've developed my professional network there. Recently, I was the script supervisor on Game 6, starring Michael Keaton, which filmed in Manhattan and just opened in theaters last Friday. This past winter, I worked on The Skeptics, starring Tom Arnold and Tim Daly, which shot in Saratoga Springs, New York. For each of these films, and many others, I packed up my bags and I moved to New York for as much as 8 weeks at a time. With 12 to 16-hour work days, it's just not feasible to add on commuting 4 to 5 hours a day. After working these crazy hours for 5 to 6 days, I jump in my car and travel 2 hours back home so I can spend as much time as possible with my husband and son before heading back to New York to do it all over again. I obviously love my job, but would love to do it in Connecticut. I believe passing this bill will significantly increase feature film production in Connecticut. I've worked in New York both pre and post the changes in their tax incentive structure. In the past year and a half, since the new tax incentives came into play, I and many other script supervisors have seen a significant increase in films being shot in New York. I know many film producers in both Connecticut and New York who would love to shoot in Connecticut partly because of its diverse locations, but it's too expensive relatively. So they shoot in New York or Louisiana or North Carolina or Rhode Island. I would love to work in Connecticut. So I sincerely hope that you pass Bill 5797 so that I, as well as many other crew members like me, have the opportunity to work in our state. Thank you.
Perfect. That's why your timing was perfect,
why I'm
and
a
you're,
script
that's right, you're a script supervisor. Yeah, you're right. I'll tell you what, you're right. If Dan Griffin could make, is Dan Griffin here? Make his way up? Not here? Okay. Scott
Myself and Dan Griffin are here on behalf of my company, Zytec
Okay,
Entertainment.
right, Dan, come on up and sit down, because this committee just has to take care of a little business first before you
Please do.
testify. So just
Please do.
sit, and you guys can talk about what you want to do. We're going to recess the public hearing on the film bill. We're going to convene our committee meeting, and then recess our committee meeting and reconvene the public hearing for a short time. So I got that all right. It's amazing.
So we're done right now?
No, not yet. Stay right there. Hold that shot. Okay. The public hearing is in recess. The committee will convene the committee meeting. The committee meeting stands in recess. We now will reconvene the public hearing.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate it. Chairman and fellow artists who are still in the room, my name is Dan Griffin. I'm a producer, I'm a writer, I'm a children's author. I have recently moved down to New Jersey, but I've been in Connecticut my whole life. The reason I moved to New Jersey is because there's nothing going on here in Connecticut. There is finally, of course, now that I'm gone, now it's starting to happen. But everybody, I have spent the last couple of months helping major feature film companies locate funding. Connecticut is an extremely viable location for filming if the incentives were in place. There's certain places that have been missed today, like Missouri, which gives 50% up to $1 million. 50%. See, I find tax incentives for different states. There's a lot of states that have been missed. Everybody keeps looking for the way to show the world that Connecticut is a viable resource. There was a TV series that I was writing on years ago that at the time we never had a place to bring it here in Connecticut. It was called Breakfast in New England. And what it would do is it was showing, it was the prequel to some of these haunted TV shows that they have, to Design Defined, to other things, where it was going through the different towns, showing places to eat, showing some of the people, showing what each town had to offer within the state of Connecticut. And all the bigwigs are looking for the answer. We've got the answer, man. Let's get the show going again. The next suggestion, as I said, I was doing a lot of film funding for feature films, is to develop a pool of funding for Connecticut artists. Now, I know you start talking about funding pools, and everyone gets all crazy. I'm not talking about the state funding it. We can get private people. I mean, this is supposedly one of the richest states. We have many different celebrities in this state. We could also start taking a little pinch off of the many, many colleges and schools that we have in this state that do majors of filming and entertainment. I mean, you've got UConn, you've got Quinnipiac, you've got Southern Connecticut, Western Connecticut, et cetera, et cetera. If you were to pinch a little bit off of each of those and gave it to this big funding pool, whereby artists from Connecticut who graduate, unlike the 60 to 80,000 people who graduate every year in this country in the entertainment business, they're all rushed for the, 2,000 jobs out there? I mean, let's start making some stuff for ourselves here. In doing so, we are sowing the seeds of future work and manifesting even greater importance than just money. We're helping. Nah, you know what? I drove 6.5 hours up here from Southern Connecticut. I'm from Southern New Jersey. Give me another minute, if you would, please.
Is that a request?
I'm sorry?
Was that a request?
That was a request, if that's okay.
Okay,
Chairman.
proceed.
Thank you. One thing that Bloomberg finally realized that he was doing wrong after losing $76 million to people building parts of New York was he created a Made in New York credit last year, which is what has brought back a lot of the money for New York. We need to make a Made in Connecticut credit, whereby you're not paying sales tax on such stuff as food and housing during filming. And for the pennies you're going to lose on that, don't look at the pennies. Look at all the money coming back to the different municipalities, the small businesses, the jobs created for people, not to mention the most important thing, which is that right now in our country, on our national consciousness, people are not reaching their potential. John W. Gardner said, as people move towards conformity in their outward behavior, they've moved away from a sense of deeply shared purpose, and that's what we're doing. We are stealing the potential from people who are graduating with these majors. Art creates potential. It creates intellect. It creates creativity. Rather than trying to compete with all these other states, competition leads you in the same thing. Your destiny is in the hands of other people. If you initiate stuff, as Connecticut right now has the chance to do, we're setting a precedent for other people to follow and emulate. Let's do that, and the initiation will be ours.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. And
Thank you for the extra time.
Well, my name's Scott O'Hara. I am the reason that you should embrace this bill. For my home state of Indiana, I made it very apparent to the governor, this is the reason that our artists heap themselves on the streets of New York and LA, and hopefully Connecticut, because it doesn't give me a conducive work environment to create and be the artist that I am. I have hitchhiked across this country to make a movie about 9/11 that is due out this year. I applaud that you guys have come together and you're trying to work this out. I feel that truly there is a compromise and that there is a place for this. And as far as location, Connecticut is just as beautiful as any other state in the country, and it has its little hidden niches that, yeah, you need a talent scout to go out and find a location, but it's here. And I look forward to come here and to produce. Maybe I'll heap myself on the streets of Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for your time, guys. Any questions? You sure?
Representative Larry Miller, followed by Frank Weller, followed by Chris Matthews.
Good afternoon, Chairman Berger, members of the Commerce Committee. My name is Larry Miller. I represent the town of Stratford and the city of Shelton. It's the 122nd District. I'm here to testify in behalf of HB 5797 and in general for all bills that will bring the film industry to the state of Connecticut. I would just say that Steven Spielberg comes to Connecticut quite a bit, not just to do one film he's done here, War of the Worlds, but he comes to Connecticut because he can come into a certain part of Connecticut with his helicopter and go into New York City. And he's not bothered in any way when he comes to Connecticut. I have to read what I wrote here last year. I had two bills that I submitted, one last year and a better one this year. Unfortunately, I think they were shipped to Hollywood for their final approval because I don't see them anywhere on the agenda here. But Connecticut is strategically located halfway between Boston and New York City and offers a wide range of rural, urban, and shoreline and historical cultural sites, such as Mystic Seaport and the Shakespeare Theater in Stratford. And I would just tell this committee that Shakespeare Theater in its heyday was the #1 tourist attraction in the state of Connecticut, bringing in a lot of money to this state. Unfortunately, because of some deaths in the people who were running the theater and some other stuff, the Shakespeare Theater is not operational at this point, but the town is trying to get it back going. In New York City, they spend about $2 billion for productions every year, for movies, television shows, commercials, and they're all shot within 25 miles of Columbus Circle in Manhattan. In 2003, the film industry spent $12.4 million in Connecticut. In 1997, the film and media industry generated $549 million in personal income and accounted for 8,424 jobs. I would hope the way things are going in Connecticut, we want to create jobs. This film industry is a good way to start. We're so close to New York and Boston. A lot of the actors live in this state because they don't get a hassled when they live in Litchfield County, so they like our state. And Paul Newman resides in Westport. Was one of my former oil customers when I was in business. So I would just tell you, please give this your consideration. It's something good for the state of Connecticut. It will help us out when we really need some help. Thank you very much for letting me speak, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you for your comments, Representative. Any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Frank Weller, followed by Chris Matthews.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Weller. I'm from New Milford, Connecticut. It was a lovely drive out here to see you. I own a company currently called Getting the Picture, and we specialize in location scouting around the state of Connecticut and New England, and we also do production facilitation. I also work with Postworks in New York. It's a major post-production facility, and I'll talk about that in a minute. For those of you who asked about what makes Connecticut unique, in my mind, it's the locations. We have a catalog of 150 different locations that I've been scouting the last few years that are just unachievable anywhere else in the country. In any case, several years ago, I found myself before the Town Council of New Milford with an idea that I had to establish the New Milford Film Commission. I presented an outline that made the Town Council aware of the possibilities of green commerce. We have unique locations in New Milford. It's the largest town in Connecticut. It's also very close to New York City. A lot of independent filmmakers will come up and shoot, as well as some major entities like the History Channel and Worst Case Scenario, World Wrestling Entertainment, they all came. They also saw in the Town Council meeting that the FTC had outlined about that a major motion picture would spend about $175,000 per day, and their multiplier was 6. Those dollars would ripple through the economy 6 times. They also realized that this effort would put people to work, not just the people you know of like Dustin Hoffman, Meryl Streep, and Mia Farrow that live in that area, but people that work behind the camera like Christo Bakalov, who immigrated from Bulgaria and is a director of photography on films projects all over the world. But more importantly than that, and the one thing that I haven't heard much about here today, that I brought up that day, was the aspect of civic pride. People are very enthusiastic and enhanced by having their community portrayed in a good light. And that really is a driver. When you can see your community on the screen, on the big silver screen, years and years later, it really makes a difference in people's lives. It gives them a bounce in their step, and it gives them something to talk about. When our effort with the Film Commission not only culminated in being a model for other state film offices, but also we got the production Mr. Deeds, which was being shopped around to 40 different communities in New York and New Jersey. And they ended up coming to Connecticut with Adam Sandler, Winona Ryder, and Peter Gallagher, a crew of 150 people that they employed for 3 weeks in the area. I ran a casting call for that film, and 8,000 people showed up for 250 small background parts. And that was pretty amazing to me that people were that enthusiastic. Sid Ganis must have liked our work. He's the president of the Academy. He was nice enough to put me in the film, but that's another story. Other states have found this out too. They are ahead of us in competition for the billions of dollars that are spent in the tri-state area alone. So my hope is that we can be proactive with incentives that lead people to Connecticut and not just trying to catch up with remedial incentives, because people will come. And I've worked with producers from around the world. A lot of them are developing Canadian accents because they're in Canada so much and the incentives are so great up there. So we want them to have Connecticut accents. I mentioned Postworks earlier. They are a major post-production facility out of New York, and they are 100% owned by people from Connecticut who are going back and forth to respond to that market. It's just important. They would like to set up a satellite office, I'm sure, with some of the people that were presented here earlier. I would just also say that there is more of a dollar in, dollar out equation, as we've discussed, but don't forget the intangibles like civic pride that people will experience by this effort. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Before Chris comes up, I may have leapfrogged over Georgette Smart. Is Georgette Smart still here?
I think the principals have all left.
Okay, Wayne, because you had signed them up.
I signed them up, and I made mention that they should have been invited early.
So we're all set. Do they have written testimony?
Yes, they did. She
Okay.
submitted.
That's very good. Thank you. Okay, Chris Matthew.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Chris Mathian, and I reside in the town of East Haven. I have come today to speak of proposed Bill 5797. As an active freelance technician and an MBA candidate at the University of Connecticut School of Business, I strongly believe that this bill is good business for Connecticut. I completed my undergraduate education in theater at a small liberal arts college in the state of Maine. The same year I graduated, I moved to Connecticut to begin my career in the performing arts. I considered myself one of the lucky few who were able to nail down an internship at a large and well-known regional theater. It was as an electrics intern at the Long Wharf Theater that I realized Maine was not the only state where it's difficult to make a living in the performing arts. In working with the New England Film Association, I've been asked to speak on behalf of the students of Connecticut. This is no small task, as the diversity and scope of their technical talents are second to none. But I will try to accommodate the NEFA, as I feel I know these students quite well. I've worked 3 years at the Yale School of Drama, perfecting my craft, and 2 as a lighting supervisor at the International Festival of Arts and Ideas in New Haven. And through my extensive independent contract work for such spaces as Lyman Center at Southern Connecticut State University, Quick Center for the Arts at Fairfield University, the Latin American Theater Festival at UConn, Hartford Stage, Westport Country Playhouse, and ESPN Studios, I've had the privilege to work with some of the finest and most dedicated young technicians and designers. These are passionate people who love what they do. The universities in Connecticut turn out accomplished technical directors, scenic carpenters, electricians, sound technicians, riggers, and costumers every year. While these skills were originally developed for the live stage, they translate directly to the motion picture and television industry. The only differences are the terminology and the money. She's not a master electrician, she's a gaffer. The budget's 30 grand, not 3. It's not a boom, it's a C-stand with a TV MP. It's $27 an hour, not 12. The University of Connecticut produces some of the most well-rounded technicians I've ever seen. I know a few things about lights, how to hang them, how to circuit them, and how to program them, but I'm not a carpenter. I'm not a sound tech. The young professionals coming out of UConn today can do it all, and yet when I work side by side with these 18 and 19-year-olds desperate to make a career out of what they love, why can't I look them in the eye and tell them that there will be a good-paying job in Connecticut when they graduate? People don't get into this business for the money, but they do get out of it for that reason. We need to reach out to these UConn students, and indeed students across the region, to assure that they will be able to raise a family in Connecticut while doing what they love. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, taking the time through a long morning and afternoon. Guy Ortoliva, followed by Martin Sommer, followed by Jim Blanchard.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Guy Ortoliva. I live in Hamden. Over the course of 20 years, I directed or was the cameraman on hundreds of programs and TV shows, shot in a dozen states, and on 4 continents, only 4. I love the media industry. I love the way it changes, the way it reinvents itself, how it pulls together so many creative, technical, and financial people, yes, the financial people, who make the pictures and sounds that communicate with the world. I support much of Bill 5797. However, since skilled labor is so essential to this industry, a more clearly defined workforce development and education component might help the long-term success. I think it's important to have the colleges and the businesses all on the same page consistently so the courses match what the industry expects. Did you know that some video games now employ more digital media professionals and earn more money than many Hollywood blockbusters? Digital media, whether it's downloaded to iPods, viewed in homes, or in theaters, will create thousands of jobs, new jobs in the United States and around the world. And all that work will occur somewhere, and it would be great to see Connecticut find its niche of excellence and become a valued go-to place. Expansions at ESPN, along with the Utopia and North Stonington Studios projects, are all encouraging. We may not know yet what our position of excellence will be. Maybe it's the place to go if you want to make your trailers that get downloaded and streamed and added to all the DVDs. We're going to be learning that. You know, it's really cool to report that Spielberg and Nicole Kidman are around, but you have to get the productions here first. We're talking about the people that make the programs that entertain us. You've got to build the industry first. And to me, incentives are investments. As a taxpayer, I hope that the final version of this bill assures us that the incentives given today will build the critical mass needed for a self-sustaining industry tomorrow. And people and money drive this industry. No matter how proud we are of our state, producers of movies, animated series, video games, or commercials cannot work here simply because they want to, or we think they should. A competitive workforce, financial incentives, availability of state-of-the-art facilities, and rental equipment are far more likely to be deciding factors in bringing high-paying production jobs than our prettiest locations. For very Mystic Pizza or Amistad, there are hundreds of productions that don't come here because it doesn't make financial sense to do so. I'm one of many who appreciate Speaker Amann and his staff, the members of this committee, and other legislators who are seeking to better understand the complexity and economic potential of this thriving media industry. And it's all about economic development. And in my opinion, an economic development agency with strong ties to workforce development and entities like CDA and tourism would be the place for this to be best served. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions? Thank you. Martin Selmer. Followed by Jim Blanchard, and I believe Jim Noble and Dan Kelly are going to come up together. Are they here, Jim and Dan? I'm sorry, proceed.
Mr. Chairman, members of the legislature, good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Martin Summer. I am a lifelong resident of Connecticut, currently living in Mansfield. I received a PhD in genetics at the University of Connecticut, and I am a director on the board of the New England Film Association. I grew up in Fairfield County, and I've chosen to settle in eastern Connecticut to raise my family because of all the great things Connecticut has to offer. Our state has excellent school systems, ample open space and recreation opportunities, not to mention a few good basketball teams. And we enjoy cultural benefits of being in the proximity of Boston and New York City. It has so much to offer that I have willingly commuted as far as Boston in my career in order to keep my family here. Other states may have scenic locations for film production, but few states can match Connecticut for quality of life. The location between Boston and New York is a plus that has fostered institutions such in the past, such as insurance, and even the University of Connecticut's genetics program, which actually is located where it is because of its historical connections to Boston and New York. This is what makes Connecticut special. No other state can match us in that. Connecticut is a great place to raise a family, but without investment in a new economy here, there's no continuing, it will continue to be so. Many of Connecticut's traditional industries have been in decline. This is especially true in southeastern Connecticut, where there have been thousands of jobs lost as a result of cutbacks in the defense industry. Even biotechnology and pharmaceutical industries have made tough economic choices. Industries once thought to hold promise of jobs for young people can no longer be counted on to provide for their futures. It's important for Connecticut to support our existing industries and help them recover, but we also must face the reality that some of our traditional industries will not return to their former strength, and those jobs will not be recovered. Without new opportunities, we face a future where many of our communities will no longer be an option for young people to live, work, and raise families. A film industry has great potential to help replace what's been lost, while at the same time help maintain the communities and environment that makes Connecticut special. The film industry is a clean industry that can grow with low impact on the local surroundings. Recent incentives such as North Stoning Studios can be a catalyst for job creation through the entrepreneurship that will accompany the need for businesses to support a growing film industry. The needs of film production will create opportunities not just for actors and camera crews, but also carpenters, construction workers, electricians, engineers, and even scientists as the film and entertainment industry grows. The tax provisions of this bill will give the industry a big boost to make those opportunities a reality for Connecticut citizens. Some of this is already in place, but many projects are sure to go forward with or without tax incentives. But will they be successful, and will the industry be allowed to grow to its full potential? Tax incentives will make Connecticut a more attractive and competitive location for large projects and could make all the difference of whether or not smaller projects survive. My perspective as a director of the New England Film Association comes from our goal to help advance the understanding of science and stimulate interest in science careers through projects that portray science and scientists positively and accurately. By their nature, these are likely to be small projects. As much of this bill is important for attracting large productions by making Connecticut competitive, it is even more important for the smaller productions and the businesses that will emerge to support both. Connecticut has a unique opportunity to build a new economy, regain thousands of lost jobs, and create new jobs by fostering a film industry. There can be no doubt that for Connecticut to have a bright future, business development and job growth must occur. An important question is, what kind of development do we want to move us forward? A film industry offers job growth for many job types and skill levels, having little impact on the pressure environment. As I walked in this morning, I noticed the motto on our state seal, Qui transtulit sustenit. What is translated sustains. What we are attempting here is to transplant the film industry to Connecticut. What is translated also needs nurturing to grow. That is what I ask you to do. Nurture this industry so it can grow and sustain us all. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Jim Blanchard.
Thank you, committee members. Jim Blanchard, Vice President, New England Film Association. There's been some minor debate over the cost of the state enacting film incentives. I'd like to look at the cost of not enacting these incentives. Opponents have cited numbers published by the Louisiana Legislative Fiscal Office. This report fails to factor in important economic outputs and opportunity costs. It stands in stark contrast to the August 2005 report from the Los Angeles County Development Corporation that has demonstrated the total economic output of video productions and motion pictures averages 286% of the actual budgets. This means that for every dollar spent on a motion picture, $2.86 is generated in business revenues, jobs, wages, and taxes. Even more, for every one job created in a motion picture or video production, an additional 2 jobs are generated indirectly. These economic outputs are very dramatic and inherent to the industry, and any fiscal report that avoids them should be considered specious. This high economic output results from the inherent use of local businesses in motion picture production that grows clusters and specialty companies around production centers. This ripple effect benefits many businesses outside of the motion picture industry, resulting in the creation of new jobs and increased capacity in existing businesses. The Louisiana fiscal report did not factor in these impacts. The Creative Industry Handbook, California's de facto guide to production, lists 255 unique categories of businesses that provide services to production companies. This bill provides a powerful way to build a new creative economy, the very thing our college presidents, education, business, and government leaders has hailed as the best solution to the economic survival of New England. When you measure all of these opportunity costs, the cost of not passing these incentives is greater than the cost of passing them. Thank you.
Jim, thank you for your testimony. And just as a, and I'll get to you in a moment, Walter, excuse me. Just as a process part of this committee process, I'd appreciate it if your industry and your organization would forward over to Finance, Revenue, and Bonding, either through written or email, Chairman Staples and Senate Chair Eileen Daly, copies of your testimony in support of what we do and what we'll gain scenario. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Polakavich.
Good afternoon. If I could, I was caught by your comment with regards to your ratio in terms of spending $1 and getting, I think you said $2.86 return.
Yes, that is from the Los Angeles County Development Corporation has come up with those figures.
Do you have
can
a
find
sense?
Those in my testimony?
Yeah. Yes, and you also mentioned Louisiana. I was wondering why, in some figures that I have, that the return in Louisiana is from for $1, 30 cents or 33 cents. I'm wondering what is accounting for the divergence in the two
I think that they're not taking into account all the economic outputs. They're looking at the fact that you're spending $100, we're paying you back $20, you're only paying us $6 in taxes. They're not looking at the industry growth, the amounts of businesses that are servicing these, the amounts of new jobs that are being created, the cluster effect, the restaurants, the caterers, the lawyers, the carpenters, and stuff like that.
And in the Los Angeles study, that was all taken into account?
That is taken into account, And their multiplier ranges from 282% to 291% economic output.
Well-
It averages at 286%.
I'd be very interested in not only viewing your testimony, but if you could make give us a reference for that Los Angeles study as well, because I also sit on the...
I have sources in my testimony.
Great, because I'd like to take a look at it, because I also sit on the Finance Committee, so we'll be revisiting these issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's called financial cover. Jim Noble or Dan Kelly? Did Noble come up? No.
Actually, some folks left.
John Ford? Andrew Gernhardt? They're at the St. Patrick's Day party. Thank you, Walt.
Color them green.
Joe Caldello, is that correct? Go on. Thank you. Daryl Blonder? They're all, Daryl's here. And for those that left, they have submitted written testimony, so this committee will review that. Thank you. Proceed. Your name?
Excuse me, I'm recovering from a cold. Members of the committee, thank you for being here and representing the people of Connecticut. I am Daryl Blonder from Salem. I am an actor, screenwriter, and filmmaker, and I am speaking in support of House Bill 5797. I would like to begin this short statement with a background story. 3 months ago, before the zoning text amendment was approved that would allow the North Stonington Studios project to go forward in North Stonington, I was nothing less than touched by efforts of young people from town, high school students, who worked very hard to notify the public and persuade the zoning board how important this was to them. We gathered dozens of signatures from people of all ages and presented them to the zoning board at the following meeting. The two students who headed the petition drive were 17 and 18 years old and had already started their own video production company, filming special events such as weddings and birthday parties. This perfectly represents what America is really all about, the entrepreneurial spirit. These young people don't want to move thousands of miles away. They want to have a future here because this is home. I personally was always adamant about pursuing my career in Salem, Connecticut, and pursuing a future regardless of the odds stacked against me, and seeing how I can give back to my community rather than moving away. This sort of attitude is actually a lot more common in young people than is commonly perceived. We've been conditioned as students to listen to our teachers. Wouldn't it be appropriate as adults and legislators to listen to the New England Board of Higher Education when they suggested in October at a conference in Mystic that we change over to a creative economy, including producing digital media, motion pictures, and intellectual properties? This remains America's #1 export, and I will be one of the young Connecticut professionals to make it happen. I implore you, give me that chance. What makes this exciting to me, perhaps more than anything, is that the upcoming creative industry in Connecticut is non-polluting. My parents' generation has overdeveloped and overpolluted the planet, creating a mess of problems, and they are leaving us to deal with it. Sprawl has eaten away the countryside, and flagrant waste of energy and natural resources in the United States more than anywhere else in the world is poisoning our earth. It seems that sometime over the last 20 or 30 years, the American dream has degenerated into a lust for conformity to office parks, box stores, mega malls, strip malls, and cookie-cutter McMansions, with neatly manicured lawns lining streets littered with empty fast food containers. Believe me, believe me, believe me, we see this and we don't want to live that way. That's probably why so many of us strive to be different and creative. This allows for so many opportunities to use our imaginations to express ourselves and to satisfy the human urge to make one's voice heard. In several newspaper articles, the New England Film Association proposes that a film and media economy should be developed in this region to provide not only entertainment, but media projects that can encourage young people to pursue careers of science and engineering, as well as projects which can help educate and make aware pressing issues in our country and around the world, such as global warming and healthcare. Through this new creative economy, we can integrate my generation to position us to be prepared to confront these problems head on. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions anyone may have.
Thank you, Daryl. Thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Alan Christopher, followed by Hans Hartman, followed by John Hollis.
My name is Alan Christopher. I live in Westport, Connecticut. First, I'd like to thank everybody for listening and for supporting this particular bill. I have a vested interest in this because I'm actually one of the people that helped craft sections 1 through 10. So much of the language that's been thrown about today is actually mine. To give you a little bit of background on me, I've been in the entertainment industry for 35 years on literally every facet of it, from as a producer, as a director, as a writer, as one of the original members of the Committee for Prudent Deregulation in Los Angeles, which was formed by Barry Diller, Michael Eisner, and Lou Wasserman to oversee the financial interest rules and their television interests, as well as overseeing the motion picture consent decrees. On their behalf, I testified in front of Congress as well as the FCC. I did that for 4 years. I've been an OFFRE representative to high net worth individuals who want to invest in motion pictures. I've been a consultant to major investment companies. And when I was asked to participate in this, I was asked to help craft some legislation that would basically include everyone and also look for the checks and balances that would not allow it to be abused. After 35 years, I'm a little tainted, okay? I don't want to put everything on an equal playing field. When I hear equal playing field, that's not what the entertainment industry is about. I want to win the coin toss, and I want the wind at my back, okay? And it's not about if you build it, they will come. In the entertainment industry, it's about if the check clears, they will come. I'm not casting any aspersions against the artists that appeared here today, but it amazes me that, you can work on 6 continents and in, 25 countries over a 30-year career, and you haven't found yourself in Connecticut at least trying to get something off the ground. Well, I'm here, and I'm actually speaking for the little guys as well, too. Guys like the people at Sonalist, I applaud them for what they've done. They actually put together a symposium to help bring everybody together. And it was from that particular symposium that some of this legislation became crafted. So what I did was, and I guess maybe I'll just jump ahead here right now to try to answer the question that nobody else has been able to answer. What's that? So, I'm not going to read anything. What separates this bill from everybody else? Well, I'll tell you. I sat down and I looked at every state in the United States, what they offered. It was real simple. It took a lot of time. It wasn't fun, okay? But I did it. I did the work. And when I sat down and I took a look at it, I didn't come up with anything that was really genius. I stole from all of them. I stole from the best, okay? And what I did was I set up this legislation where, remember where I said, if the check clears, they will come? Well, you know something? This isn't about the check clearing. We've set up a buffet, okay? The thing that differentiates Connecticut from every other state right now is this bill, if you look at the subtleties, because in the entertainment industry, the subtleties will kill you. If you think the investment tax credits here are complex, you got to see a net profit participation bill for motion picture, okay? So what you're doing here is you're setting up a buffet, and I've set the milestones and I've set the bar to expand it, that other states, they're kind of toying around with that idea, but they're, we're ahead of the train right now. We're not underneath it. So first thing, how are we different? We're calling it digital media. It's not the film office anymore. Okay, film is old school. Film is yesterday's news. This is digital media. Right now, if you look at motion picture production in the world versus digital media production, digital media production outdistances motion picture production by over 1,000 to 1. Make a choice. Do you want to go after that one piece of business, or do you want to go after the 1,000? This goes after the 1,000. Setting the bar at $50,000 for the little investment tax credit, for the 25%, that's the buffet. That $50,000 is misleading. That's below the line costs. This does not take into deferments. It does not take into anything above the line. Contrary to testimony here, it includes commercial production, but it does not allow for balloon payments. It does not allow for producers' fees, directors' fees, writers' fees on commercials. It's only on eligible qualified production costs. And on that $50,000 below the line, that means that it's a production that would be basically have a value of about $100,000 in business they would bring in. That includes documentaries, music videos, games. It sets the buffet for independent filmmakers. Most documentaries would not qualify at the $250,000 level. Why turn them away? So why not set the buffet for everybody? Let the young guys that come, the Andrew Gernhardt, who couldn't be here today from Tripeg Studios, he's on his 4th feature film. And all of his budgets, they're under $100,000. His videos, it takes up the same amount of space as a Steven Spielberg production at Blockbuster. They get distribution. He's out there scraping to get financing. Set the table for all these guys. Include everyone, because by setting the buffet like this, with these tax credits, and this all-encompassing where you take into account intellectual property, you take into account post-production, and importantly, you're doing one specific thing with this by adding the post-production element and including trailers. I guarantee you that there's a bean counter sitting in one of the major studios right now who's taking a look at this, and they're already seeing an opportunity to move business, not just from New York, but from Los Angeles to Connecticut, because the way these things are treated on a tax basis and how the studios carry them on their financials. That's it in a nutshell. I'd be happy to, I don't want to overspend my time here because I know that we've been here a long time, but I'd be happy to address any of these issues with you on an individual basis, discuss them at greater length, including the tax ramifications, how it would be easier for independent producers to raise capital, and how it would not exclude the big major motion pictures coming here, but it includes everyone. This is an all-encompassing bill, and I urge you to pass sections 1 through 10, as is with a little tweaking, but don't change those bars, don't take away the intellectual property, and for gosh sakes, do not ignore post-production and digital media. A job is a job is a job. You know something? The dollar spends the same at the grocery store if you do it producing a trailer for Lionsgate Video versus if you're working on a Steven Spielberg production. Any questions?
Thank you. Senator LeBeau.
Mr. Christopher, I just want to say thank you. I want to thank you for helping craft this legislation, for helping put it together. Tremendous amount of work you've done.
Thank you.
And it's, volunteer. It's something that you did as a labor of love to help our state. And if we have when this bill becomes law, if we have a little medal of honor, you should get it for all your help.
I'm very passionate about this business. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that passion, and I'm glad you're driven by it. I'm glad you're driven by a passion for the love of the state of Connecticut, too. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Representative Pellikavich.
Yes, sir.
Chair. Good afternoon. I just have a couple of questions, one of which, since it's very clear that you helped craft this very important bill, how did you decide on a 30% tax credit threshold?
It's pretty simple. One of the things that I thought that you want to do, and this is, I thought that you want to mirror other states for starters, but it's almost like a hidden ball trick. You want to mirror it, but then you want to expand a little bit, okay? And so if you do things, if you just, you give everything away. It's like, and I'll say that it's sections 11 through 27, where you're financing films. You can make things too generous. You have to remain a little bit competitive. But that 25 to 30%, that's not going to cause anybody in New York or Oklahoma or New Mexico to to jump out of the woodwork. It's not going to create an overabundance of bureaucracy to be able to to monitor that. So it mirrors, but it expands other states. So I'll say in a way it's kind of sneaky on the part of Connecticut to do this. Okay, but you know something? This is a sneaky business, and you want to get that little edge. You don't want to jump so far out. You just want to be just ahead of that wave, so it's not taking over you. So that's why I said it that straight. And the other element, one thing I just wanted to broach with that, is that the aspect of being able to reinvest, and the same amount that you put into the first production into a second qualified production, and get a more aggressive investment tax credit. That's already being done. It's being done in Oklahoma, okay? And if you look at the structure of that, other states are looking at what Oklahoma is doing because, geez, why not roll it over, okay? And also the concept on the tax credits then being freely transferable. They're freely transferable right now in R&D for the state of Connecticut, and the state of Connecticut hasn't been brought to its knees for that.
Yeah, thank you for your response. I just would like a couple of follow-up questions for you, Mr. Chair. I'll be real quick. There's just two of them. The first one is that if the 30% is such a generous tax credit, then why would there need to be in the bill a second for an additional production, an additional 50% credit?
That's a good question. First of all, I think that there's, you've heard some of the testimony here today that people would like to set the bar a little bit higher, or why are we doing this? Well, that 25%, that 25% credit for a lower budget production, that takes into account low budget productions, commercials. There's a lot of the work, some of that might come here without that tax credit, but there's a lot of it that will come here as a result of it. So I thought, let's set the bar just a little bit lower on that, and let's take advantage of commercial production, music videos, into low-budget independent films, documentaries. Let's throw them a bone, okay, that 25%, so that it's the old saying, throw them a bone so they'll always have soup. Give them something to kind of hang their hat on.
25% is pretty generous bone.
It is, but you know something? In comparison to other states, it also gives you the impetus as an independent filmmaker with that $1 million benchmark, which is a tough amount to hit if you're raising money privately. Don't let anybody kid you. It's tough to raise money privately for independent films, okay? So to get to that $1 million below the line mark, that gives somebody that may have the impotence, for example, Lionsgate Studios, where they may have $750,000 or $800,000 below the line. They may look and they say, you know something, why don't we do our post-production here too? Let's just roll it over and, let's spend all of it rather than taking the post-production back to Los Angeles or taking it up to Canada, for example. So it's there as just, it's a little, that 30%, that extra 5%, it's a little carrot for those mid-level motion picture companies that hits their below-the-line eligible production costs. To get that extra 5%, they'll do the post-production here. They'll bring their trailer business here. They'll do the making of videos here. And that'll have a domino effect on jobs and for the revenue that's brought in from outside the state at this point.
Just one last point.
Sure.
Through your indulgence, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I was wondering why, in our bill, it wasn't considered to tie the 30% to something that Illinois did with their 25%, which was to give a 25% credit of the first $25,000 of wages paid to each Illinois resident employed on a production. Why that's not part of our bill, or if you looked at that, how you weighed that?
Yeah, I took a look at it. Honestly, I tried to simplify it because it wasn't just looking at Illinois. It was looking at, I took the 100,000-foot view at all 50 states, and I looked at other countries, including Canada, because Canada kind of like, they depends on which way the wind's blowing, which province is offering the tax credits. And in some Canadian provinces, you put in $1, you're getting $1.25 back for your dollar that you invested. That's really aggressive, to say the least, okay? But they do that. So I took the 100,000-foot view, then I kind of came down and, it was a judgment call. Is it the right call at this point? I think they might be able to use a little tweaking, okay? Get out the calculator and let's do some projections on it, but it was a judgment call based on an overall view.
Well, I really want to, as the chairs have already said, I really want to thank you for your work, and it's very clear that you're very passionate about this, and
yes, I am.
Looking forward to working with you in the future on tweaking this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Very good questions. And thank you for your testimony and your hard work.
Thank you.
Mr. Christopher. Hans Hart. And then John Hollis is our last speaker.
Thank you. My name is Hans Hartman. I am the owner of H2 Films in Mystic, Connecticut. I must say these seats are much more comfortable than those. And I thank all of you for staying here so long and listening to all of the things we've had to say and continue to say. Just because the meeting will end today does not mean that the discussion will end. One of the most important things to an independent filmmaker like myself, I just completed a film that I shot, wrote, post-production, everything right here in Connecticut, and I am now getting distribution through a company based in Los Angeles because we don't have that either. But one of the most important things to a filmmaker is being able to make films. I moved from Florida to Connecticut because I wanted to make films. Because in Florida, it was very easy to work in the commercial production industry. In Connecticut, there are a lot of people who are in New York, who are in Boston, who have an idea of making films. And it is not just the people out in California who can make films. A bill like this is very important because it includes the digital media. George Lucas, Robert Rodriguez, these are two people who have snubbed Hollywood pretty much by moving out of Hollywood to make their films. The independent film maker makes more films than all of Hollywood and Bollywood in India combined. Let me say that again. Independent filmmakers, the guys and gals who go out and scratch up some sort of an investment and shoot their films, their blood, sweat, and tears to make it onto either the big screen or the small screen, make more films than all of Hollywood and Bollywood in India combined. I am a filmmaker. I am a Connecticut filmmaker. I am proud to be a Connecticut filmmaker. I want to continue my business, my company here in Connecticut. And my son, who just turned 8, has already said to me, "So Dad, when I take over the family business, you want to help me make some films?" Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Questions? John Hollis.
Good afternoon. Senator LeBeau, Representative Berger, members of the Commerce Committee. My name is John Hollis. I represent over 20,000 Teamsters in Connecticut. I'm their Legislative Affairs Representative. To Ed Riley, Chuck Appleby, Norman Keith Brothers, Tom Schlink, I'm honored to be part of the Labor and Trades Coalition supporting jobs in Connecticut, union jobs with benefits. We've also supported Utopia Studios from the beginning. We felt then, and we do now, that it was a significant project for jobs in Connecticut. Their projection is 22,000 union jobs. It's also, I find it's interesting that it was this committee, a little over 2 years ago, when I first met the Utopia Studios. And this committee had the wisdom then to allow a presentation, a slide presentation of the project when many in the legislative was not aware of this significant project. I know our delegation in the Shore region is certainly very familiar with it. I see many of our friends sitting on this committee that have been well involved with the Utopia Studio project. Joseph Gentile and his wife Kathy Gentile Moriarty have done a tremendous job promoting motion pictures, and I think this bill, House Bill 5797, addresses their desire to do movies in Connecticut. And we Teamsters, and many of these in filmmaking, recognize us because we are on most of those movie sets as drivers, taking these movie and actors to wherever they need to be. And it just creates so many high-paying jobs in Connecticut. So we will continue in the trades and the labor coalition to be supporting any effort that promotes this project and the magnitude of this. I thank you very much for this opportunity to come before you, and thank you for recognizing what we recognize as something very significant here in Connecticut. And we look to work with the movie studios and to assist them in making Connecticut the #1 state in this country for making movies. Thank you very much, and if there's any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you, John. Thank you for your testimony, and we look forward to this bill moving through the process and being voted on in the General Assembly with your support.
Thank you, absolutely, with my support.
Okay, John.
Thank you.
John. Good to see you.
Good seeing you.
This will conclude the public hearing portion for this bill before this committee. The committee meeting is already in recess we will convene the committee meeting to JF bills at 2:15.
Can we come to order, please? It's not loud enough.
Hey, nice to see you. What's your name?
Thank you for your cooperation. We'd like to get the committee back to order.
We have a consent calendar.
We have a variety of bills in front of us today.
Do we have an agenda?
I think most of us would agree, move the economy of the state of Connecticut forward. And let me also say that it's our last item on the agenda, but the time and date of next meeting is we're also scheduled. I'll probably have about 4 or 5 more bills that we'll be looking at on Thursday at 1 o'clock in room 1E on Thursday. So a little less work than we've got today, although let's see what happens with today.
That's 1 o'clock. Right?
That's 1 o'clock, Thursday in room 1E. I'd like to thank everybody for their attendance and their work so far. Your suggestions, we've had a lot of suggestions on changing these bills, making them stronger, making them better. And one of the things that I think that everybody has to recognize today is that this is, in a sense, the beginning of the process of moving these bills forward. And that's for all these bills. They're very, I don't know if there's any of these bills, even some of the 2-pagers, that are, in a sense, completed documents. This has been an extremely short period of time that we've had to hear bills and to move them. I intend, and I know my co-chairman intends, to work on these bills as they go forward to have some finer tuning on them. And I know that even with that finer tuning, some of you are opposed to some of the concepts, or maybe 1 or 2 of the bills that we have in front of us. That's certainly understandable, and we differ on philosophy and approach. Having said that, I do think that most of the bills we have in front of us today are very positive, are going to be very good for the state, and we're going to help the economy of the state of Connecticut. And we saw the latest job figures come out yesterday. Very slow growth, 1% growth, and I think we've got some bills here, and on Thursday they're going to help move that forward. Without further ado, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, thank you, Senator LeBeau. And again, we'll thank the committee at length and further on Thursday. When we finish this committee's business, we're going to only have a few bills that day, so the majority of them will be done today and voted on. A few to be finished up on Thursday to enjoy the national holiday, which is the 17th, St. Patrick's Day. And
St. Joseph's Day.
Again, to reinforce the senator's comments that last year, this year, and certainly the years ahead, the Commerce Committee is committed to the job growth scenario, the improving of the economy of the state of Connecticut, and doing what we need to do as a committee to effectuate those changes and make this state a better place to keep our youth here, to keep jobs here, and the work that we do here does that. When the governor speaks of jobs, 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 this is what this committee is committed to, and this is the direction that we go in our work here. So I, as co-chair, certainly am proud of the work that we do on jobs, economic development, and the creation of wealth in the state of Connecticut. So with that said, I will turn to my co-chair. We'll move forward with these bills. We do have a consent calendar, which we will speak to. We do have some JFS language on some of the bills. We will also keep the vote open until 5:30 in room 110 for those members that have commitments in this building and in other parts of the state to get back. Thank you, Senator.
And along those lines, Senator Crisco was here and had to leave. He has an appointment in his district. Senator Schlossberg also has family issues, but she's going to try to return to get back and make these votes. Senator, I know Senator Duff's in another meeting, and I know that many of us have meetings. I'm just finished up also in general law, and I know a couple of other committees are meeting at the same time. So people are watching this, they'll understand why there's a lot of people coming and going and empty seats. We're going to try to do a consent calendar, and as we go down, if we can just hear whether there's an objection to the consent calendar. Madam Clerk. Your mic.
Senate Bill 267, on the agenda, the first one, we're just making copies of the substitute language right now.
Okay, let's hold that one. I understand that was not going to go on consent anyway.
That it wasn't on consent?
Was not. No.
Okay.
Would probably not be on the consent calendar. The second bill, 268, that's not, is a JF to the floor. As you remember, this is an act concerning membership of the Business Tax Credit and Tax Policy Review Committee.
So moved. Second.
Mr. Chairman,
We can move this
move to consent, please.
No discussion? We love the brevity of this meeting. Thank you. Any objection to consent?
Time is short, Mr. Chairman.
We're well
Thank you.
prepared.
Third bill on our agenda is Senate Bill 350, an act concerning bonds for the infrastructure and economic development of Rensselaer Field. This is a JFS to finance. We have a motion and a second. Do I hear a?
This can go to
Motion to-
consent, Mr. Chairman, but I thought you would like to explain it first.
I would like to take a moment, and thank you, Senator Cook, to this.
You in particular, I thought
Well,
you'd like to explain.
Several moments.
This is a major bill for the economic development of Rensselaer Field. We're looking at, I think most of the people on the committee were either here for part of the hearing or understand what this bill is about. It's hopefully, this is the largest single piece of property, contiguous property owned by one owner between New York and Boston. It's approximately 850 to 1,000 acres, depending on what you count in terms of parking lot and wetlands. But it's a great piece of property, and it's needed not just for East Hartford. As a matter of fact, this is really a regional jobs bill. We're hoping to have 5,000 to 7,000 jobs with future economic development of that property, and literally a couple of billions of dollars of investment. And I also would like to point out that the JFS language was entirely submitted by the Secretary of OPM, and we've used his language. And I would summarize his language by saying what it does properly is gives the Secretary of OPM a much stronger hand in negotiating as we move into the future in terms of the $45 million of bonds that are in this bill, but negotiating with the owners and with the developers of the property to ensure that there is a judicious use of these dollars, to ensure that jobs are created, to ensure that the state gets its money's worth. Representative Googans.
Senator, does part of this include by any chance the connection with the magnet school there that's in question that we've been working on? I don't think it does.
Having read over the bill, Representative Googans, I do not believe so. It certainly won't hurt to have this proceeding on a parallel track. That is in that bill, as you know, is in the Education Committee, the additional dollars for that project.
I thought they might piggyback in some way, but.
I think they're more parallel than piggyback.
Yes.
Any further comments?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just a point of information. Is there any parallel that can be drawn between this project and, say, Adrian's Landing? But yeah, I'll take that question back.
I don't know, it depends, all depends on how you see it. I would think that you could say that, yes, they're both large economic development projects. This is about, in terms of state commitment, this is a much, much lower state commitment than Adrian's Landing. And in terms of private dollars, there are going to be a heck of a lot more private dollars to develop Rensselaer Field. Even though you took the question back, Representative Dyson, that's the answer.
I wanted to get some information on it, but I'll kind of let it go. I don't think it begins to stack up as Adrian's Landing. Nothing like it.
Only in the fact that bond dollars are being used ultimately for a private development, and because I don't want to be hide anything here, Representative Dyson.
I understand. I appreciate that,
I think
sir.
it's much 10 to 1 in terms of size, and again, many more private dollars.
This is an East Hartford thing.
Right, which means in East Hartford, we got to pay for it ourselves.
I understand that. The East Hartford
Largely.
thing.
Thank you very much. Okay, consent?
Consent?
Consent. Any objection to consent?
No. Number 4.
Number 4 is, moving right along here. 351. Number 4 is the enact concerning the establishment of a Connecticut hydrogen roadmap. This was 2 bills. I believe it was 104 and 351. And we have 2 basic concepts that are now in this bill. The hydrogen roadmap concept of designing a long-term plan for the state of Connecticut in terms of the hydrogen economy and how we're going to fit into that. And secondly, a demonstration project for fuel cells that would include places like, and specifically mentioned in the bill, our capital and the LOB. We have a motion and a second. Representative Bocas and Representative A through Z. And we have a move to consent. Consent. We have a couple of, any objection to consent? Representative Noujaim, question?
Not objection to consent, Mr. Chairman, but just discussion, if I may.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, I am reading through the bill, and I am in support of the bill. I am in support of the fact that we intend to bring in a fuel cell technology to the LOB building. 2 questions that I have. The first one, which is very important, I'd like to know what kind of time frame we are talking about, if we do have a time frame in mind after the passage of this bill. And the second question that I have, or the second comment that I have, is the moment you said demonstration